This is the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, today hosting top-level darts and snooker. We'll be concentrating on the green-based game, where the marathon opening stage of the first world ranking event of the season is drawing close to its conclusion. Today, a pair of groups will be played, and 2 more places in the last 32 are at stake. Welcome to day 14 of the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
Over on table 2, a former Masters and UK champion, Matthew Stevens, is the most recognisable face in Group 26. But the Welshman could encounter potentially stern opposition from Ashley Carty, Karwei Chung and George Pragnell. Don't forget today and throughout the tournament, you can watch the action on table 2 by accessing the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As for table 1, China's Zhu Chen faces Hong Kong's Marco Fu in our second contest. But Group 6 kicks off with Sean Maddox taking on world number 16 and former Crucible semi-finalist Sir Zhao Wei. Let's roll. I'm Phil Yates and I'm joined in commentary by the versatile Alan Taylor, fine player, erstwhile MC, and today expert shot caller. Morning, Alan.
Morning, Phil. Morning, everybody. Thanks for having me back. It's great to be here at the Mattioli on another sunshiny day. Looking forward to today's ties here on table 1 and, of course, on table 2.
First frame.
Promises to be a nice opener, Phil, this morning.
Yeah, good group this, and obviously the top seed is the man who's going to be breaking off, Sir Zhao Wei, who's got a retro look. This is how he looked when he first came on the scene.
You can't really say he's rolling back the years. He's still a youngster, Phil, but yeah, I mean, 16 in the world. Obviously, that run in the World Championships is fond in everybody's memory. Such a talented player. Still rising. I'm not saying he's gone off the radar, but I just think there's a lot more Chinese players coming through, probably off the back of his success. Seeing him as a kind of a bar now in the game. As we see Sean take on this first long red of the match.
Yeah, I think with Sir Zhao Wei, to me, I think he needs to find his identity. He's an absolutely terrific potter and break builder. I think at times last season he was caught between 2 fires, feeling the need to maybe play a more conventional safety game, but that's not where he excels. In fact, that's his weak point.
Yeah, I think he's in a great position in the rankings to possibly do exactly what you've said, Phil. Play the game how he likes, play the game how we enjoy watching him. And the reason he's got to that number in the world rankings, it's so difficult. You're trying to find every extra percentage to maybe finally win a ranking event and be a consistent threat on the tour at the top level.
And it's not a glib statement, it's just the truth. The tour's never been stronger. From top to bottom, the strength and depth every season improves.
Yeah, and it's great for the game. We've even got, like they say, that the likes of Sean here as one of the top ups in this event. And again, over on table 2, you've got the likes of George Pragnell, very talented cueists. These players are threats, especially in this format, 4 frames. Anything can happen. More of a casual attire as you will. So, you know, maybe takes the edge off being in the penguin suit.
Oh, and Alan Taylor's just got flashbacks from yesterday. He was involved in a match against Liam Graham, and Liam fluked frame ball in back-to-back frames.
Thanks, Phil. I was just starting to forget that then. Yeah, what a way to finish third, Phil. You know, you say the lucks with the Irish, but I think it was with the Scottish as well yesterday.
It's not been the most lucky tournament for our commentators. Poor old Ben Wollaston, who's been with us for a few days, he got 6 points in his group and finished third.
He would definitely have a moan about that, Phil. He'd have a moan if he finished first, Ben. But yeah, I mean, this group, I mean, you know, you can win matches, draw. You can draw a few and finish first, and you can win a couple and finish last. It just proves how important every frame is, and even the high break, like you say, you know, you're seeing players, you know, battling away to clear the colours. I think there was one frame in my match with Yulong yesterday that he was clearly past the frame-winning mark, and in conventional snooker you may offer your hand, but sure enough he wants to clear up and get the highest break, because that can matter most at the end of the day.
Yes, and an awful lot of groups have been very tight indeed, with so many permutations until very close to the end. Now that's where Sergio Way excels. Really good pot.
One.
Not the best of fortunes with the kiss, though.
Yeah, I think them style of shots for Sergio, he's such a straight cueist. I mean, his technique, you know, is very, very strong. You see his back arm there, just slightly behind the vertical line, so he kind of gets a positive strike on every ball. And even though, you know, he strikes, he's still got to aim it in the right place. But say first frame, I do feel these Rasson tables do play slightly different to the stars that we use throughout the season. I say, and every player is the same. Frame one. It's a nice little chance for Sean to get his arm going and kind of, you know, show us what he's capable of early on.
And Alan, would you confirm what we've been saying for 2 weeks now? These pockets are tight.
Yeah, especially along the black cushion yesterday. There was a few that my opponents have played that have wobbled and stayed out, and it was a bit of a shock early on. But then once you start playing shots slightly different because of that, you know, it can change the method of the match and the patterns of clearances and such. But yeah, very, very, very nippy.
Six.
These styles of shots here early on will show how the table's running. He's probably playing off 2 cushions back for the blue. He's punching it and seeing if it's going to get up.
7.
And I did find that yesterday myself, that as the day went on, you know, the weather was a bit warm outside and you could feel it kind of more in the afternoon. The table did actually speed up a fraction with the heat, but unfortunately I slowed down because of it. That's a nice one, wasn't it, Phil?
Well, normally catching the bump of a middle pocket is exactly what you want to avoid, but there it worked delightfully. Sean hoping to draw inspiration from
13.
2 players who have won groups, having been qualifying school top-up reserves. Mark Joyce yesterday, a little earlier in the tournament, Dean Young.
Well, there's no guessing there whether he's landed on that red. Sean's
18.
face says it all. I think he's hit that pack pretty well, to be honest, but that's what I was saying early doors with the table. Just needs that extra quarter of a ball roll, and them 2 reds are on, the black's in open play, and it's a great opening chance in the first frame. But
Shermadex 18.
Try and see what mood Si Jiahui's in. If it's tight, or is he going to take one of these to the top pockets? Just a simple safety.
Everyone who enters this tournament has a lot to play for, but when you're in certain ranking positions, it's even more important. And I think for Si Jiahui to retain top 16 status, going deep in this one would help.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes it's hard to compute that when you're in there playing in such a short format, 4 frames only. You know, group stages, it's kind of like going back in time when we used to play, you know, the old kind of amateur events where, you know, you qualify out your group and then you go to the knockouts, and, you know, say, but if you calculate the amount of prize money you can win by succeeding your group and then they're on, you know, lifting the trophy at the end of the campaign, then you know, it won't half make a difference at the end of the season. Just somebody, say like a home nations event, would have to go really deep to kind of match that kind of that prize money. And like you say, Phil, if he's to retain that top 16 spot, it sounds crazy, but this first frame could mean a lot, couldn't it?
Absolutely. And the other thing with him is that, unlike most of the players in this field, this is his first match of the season because he wasn't involved in qualifiers for Wuhan or China, the China Open. What a good pot. So smooth. And hit the ball in a very serene way and still held it easily.
Yeah, I think if you know, we're going back to what I suggested before with his technique and stuff. He only went through half the speed there, but still got the same bite on the cue ball. It was beautiful to watch. And I think this is where you'll see Jiahui would motor through these open reds.
9.
No good. Attempted a double. And again, early on, first frame,
16.
he's trying to play a delicate screw there for a gap with the red below the pink. It's not run far enough. Slight frustration. There's another half chance here for Sean if you can knock this first red in and stay on the black. Could be a thin one on the blue to keep the break going. Probably be happy to be back at the table after the chance he'd left C though.
I'll make one prediction here, not exactly going out on a limb. I think the first match on this table today will be shorter than the first match yesterday. If you weren't with us, it was remarkable. The lengthiest match in the history of the Championship League. Stuart Bingham and the eventual group winner, Mark Joyce. Joyce won 3-1. The match lasted, total playing time. This doesn't include the time between frames. Total playing time, 3 hours, 12 minutes for 4 frames.
Amateur stuff. That isn't.
1.
Digging down, such a great shot this. And there's almost a slight look of frustration after he's potted it, thinking, how have I potted that and underscrewed the black before, but he misses the black left-handed.
Si Jiahui 1.
Now, normally I'd say there, that was really loose, nonchalant, but he is very good left-handed normally. So that was a real surprise.
One.
And again, another half chance here for sure. And them 2 reds next to the pink, I think they might need a little bit of a brush to open them up slightly, but maybe the top one goes.
Six.
Yeah, it's not exactly an open table here for a frame-winning contribution, but I think the more time that Sean gets his hand on the table, the more he'll relax and start to get his cueing going. If that one trickles in, it'd be nice to see that one disappear.
7.
And I think potting it slightly thick, he's actually finished perfect on the blue to make that cannon on them 2 reds. He's just gone round to check if it actually does pot. If he lands high on the inside red, maybe a touch aside, but we'll see what he does here.
Whoa.
Maybe need a touch of left-hand side here just to straighten the red up. Does it go, or do you just want it to go? I think if you played that a little bit slower and just committed to the pot there, maybe followed through the other side for the pink, the red had half a chance of dropping. But as I say, he's had a couple of chances now in this frame already. Don't want to be too harsh on him. Frame 1, it's a long day, but as we alluded before, Phil, these first frames can mean a lot in this group stage.
Sergio waited well there, clearly not a clear path through to the pocket, so he didn't have much to play with. Yeah, normally, if you lose the first frame in a match, it's annoying, but you can deal with it. In this format, if you lose the first frame, it's a genuine concern.
8.
First frame basically over on table 2.
9.
Kawei Chung from Hong Kong is going to lead Ashley Carty 1-0. In fact, it is over. Now this shot, for the 13 days of competition we've seen so far, has been historically very difficult indeed. It's difficult on any table, but on these especially.
Yeah, you've seen that kind of outcome a lot in the last week and a half of play. He's played the cannon. He really wants to hit the left-hand side red about half ball, and he'd probably be on both then and push one towards the yellow pocket, but there's a slight grimace as soon as you're kind of cutting back into a blind pocket on these tables. It's not exactly inviting. I was going to say he'd want that one again, but I think he'd be happy with the outcome. And I think the way the tables are playing, Phil, is that it kind of forces a few frames into this kind of scrappy battle. Maybe it's the format, maybe it's the table, maybe it's just, I don't know, not being in your suit. maybe he takes the edge off slightly of the sharpness of the competition. Maybe, I don't know. It's all I'd say is for Sean Maddox fans is he keeps coming back to the table, and there's only 2 points in it with 2 reds, so it's still in with a chance in this first frame.
Well, the kiss on the green was definitely not wanted. Yeah, he's 11th on the Q School Order of Merit. So consequently, he's not going to get in a great amount this season. Will get in the shootout. That's pretty much a given. But apart from that, no guarantees. So he's under pressure to make the most of today.
Yeah, and as a close friend of Sean, he's a local lad to me. Practiced with him quite a lot. Seen him, kind of. I sound old saying this, Phil, but I've seen him growing up through the game. He had a spell on the tour. He had 2 seasons. Didn't go exactly to plan. It was a great experience for him. I don't know how he dealt with that. His form seemed to drop a little bit. But it's nice to see him, starting to come back. I know he's working a little bit. I think he's on a building site with his dad. So he's grafting and trying to mix the game alongside trying to earn a living, really. So it's nice to see him getting a few results, and I say finished 11th on the Order of Merit. So if he's getting call-ups and he's got Q Tour events and such this season, it'd be great to see him kind of come back to some form that we know he's capable of.
And maybe he could win this first frame after Serge Aouet took on that very low percentage red. Both are struggling. Maddox, though, very relieved to see the red close to the top cushion.
And again, it was that style of shot. Slight near jaw. No chance on these tables. Say the safety before that knocked green into open play has made this frame very available to both players. You either need a sensational pot here or a great safety, so we'll see what he's going to do here now. Picked a very, very good line there. How's his pace? Very good. Very good shot.
Yeah, earns a tap on the table from his opponent. The best defensive shot of the frame. And it could be consequential, this, as Alan said, the table's wide open. Leave a red here, Serge Aouet, and Maddox could quite easily clear. Well, the area around the yellow has now become a little more congested.
Settle in, Phil. We've got another 40 minutes left of this first frame if yesterday's anything to go by. I think he's hit that a little bit on the thick side there. Red's gone too close to the greens, flicked the green. Has he left the cut on? Well,
good news, bad news. The red is in. No position, and even worse than that, the yellow's safe. So the scrappiness will continue.
Yeah, he's kind of trusted to a little bit of luck there, and it hasn't happened. But I think he's eyeing up here. Whether can he stun the blue into the cushion, get the yellow out, keep the white behind the green. That's what he's tried. Lesser two evils, I suppose. Along the black cushion, but I like we discussed before, along that black cushion yesterday, wasn't exactly pretty.
Yeah, I think the phrase is out of the frying pan into the fire. Just shows how quickly a table can change. A few moments ago, I recall saying quite correctly that the table was wide open. Now it's anything but.
One.
Here we go again. Slight blind pocket, but if it goes in, he's got the natural angle to float round the table here for that green. He obviously is right-handed, so it will be accessible on that right-hand side. Doesn't want to go near the middle.
10.
Again, these style of shots, they need nice cueing. We know he's capable.
Sijahwei 10.
Sejaway could be vulnerable today. On these kind of tables, you have to pick your battles. But he's 13 in front. So that means that Sean Maddox has to pot all the colours.
Three.
Yeah, brown to blues. The shot here. Ooh, doesn't want to go. Ooh.
7.
Smelly. I wouldn't like this one, Phil. Just wonder whether he's going to show a bit of patience here or take his chance. He's had a few. He probably feels like he's had a lot of table time and hasn't finished this frame. You kind of don't want to show a bit of desperation early on, but sometimes it's whatever mood you're in. You could be sizing it up for the pot, run round for the pink. He has played the safety and he's played it very well. Looks like a full ball snooker there.
Correct decision. Well executed. Very different style of snooker going on table 2. Ashley Carty's about to equalise against Kai Wei Chung. In fact, Carty could make a very big break indeed. Currently, he's on a run of 92, and it's ongoing. Well, well, well. Look at this all around the houses, and guess where it finishes? Everton fan, you see. The Blues being kind to him.
Medics 5.
What a hard-fought, disjointed, staccato kind of frame, but it's still absolutely wide open.
Nice shot that by C, but he kind of wanted the cue ball a little bit tighter to the cushion because he's probably left the escape from the back. Sean's going to play this a lot of left-hand side. He might be able to trap the white straight behind the black. As we see on table 2, Ashley Carty going for the extreme thin cut for the clearance fill.
Done really well there, though. A break of 127, Carty. So if it comes down to breaks to determine certain positions, he'll be looking good.
Needs it to run.
That was sensible. So now he's 7 in front. It means potentially he's got 2 bites of the cherry. We had a respotted black earlier in the tournament between Jimmy Robertson and Martin O'Donnell in a vital frame, actually. They were on the respotted black for almost 15 minutes. Not arrived at a tie-break ball yet, but that's what will happen if Maddox can pop the black here. Thought that was going to be available to middle, but it just applied the brakes.
Yeah, and I think we were discussing before about Sean's kind of return to form as such. I think he started to be a bit more patient in his match play, and a few of these safety shots, what we said before about the safety on the blue, a couple of these dump shots on the black, he's shown a lot of patience. Nicked that a little bit thinner than he would like, and he's left what I would like to say is a stock shot for a Si Jiahui. No, I'd fully expect this to hit the back of the net.
Good call, Alan. Yeah, no one's more well equipped to knock in that kind of pot, given his cue action, than Serge Aouet. Well, what a lengthy first frame that was. It went down to the final ball, but he's the top seed who pots it, and pots it very nicely indeed, to take a 1-0 lead. Let's go over to table 2, where they're in the third frame already. And after losing the first to Kai Chung, Ashley Carty made 127 to equalise, and he's in again.
12.
I walked through the practice room before the day's play started, and I seen Ash playing a few long reds, and he was hitting the ball extremely lovely. Oh, look at that. Look at that, Phil. I'm not here very often, but I've managed to create the commentator's curse. He's had a great chance there to make another contribution, and here we go. He's left another tricky one down this cushion for Kai Wai, and I wouldn't fancy this, Phil, but he fancied it, and then it drops.
Yeah, I think if you baby them in, you've got a chance, but anything at pace will not drop. Yeah, you talk about the commentator's curse, Alan, and people mention the crucible curse a lot, but that's really only in operation for 17 days a year. The commentator's curse is in operation 365. Let me tell you from personal experience.
8.
So basically, if you've got a nice little story to tell about a player, you wait for the balls to be open. They're knocking a few, they're in prime position, you think, right, okay, I can tell the tale now. And it's so annoying when you get right into the meat of the tale and they miss one. So back to table 1, Serge Aouet 1-0 up.
And a good solid break by Sean, but again, these types of shots for C are, I'd say, a high percentage. He was always going to be running back with the natural angle to balk. A flick on the brown, he's left one possible red here for Sean, which is going to test his cueing. Might play the dump, depending how he feels after that first frame. That's another fine example of how Sean's game's kind of changed in the last, I would say, 12 months. He's a great talent. I say we were discussing before we came on air about how he's in the Guinness Book of Records for the youngest ever 147. Such a talented player from Liverpool. He was really, threatened to be one of the best coming out of the city. Obviously, he's had a 2-year spell on the tour a few years back, and it depends how you take that experience. He didn't win many matches in them couple of seasons, but for me personally, I think it's probably made him a better player in the long run. It's just when you're young and hungry and you really want to pot all the balls and all the reds and blacks, can kind of come a little bit impatient of, trying to find results. But I think if he keeps working hard, obviously he's getting closer to getting back onto the tour where he would like to put himself. He's definitely got the ability there. I just maybe think he's lacking a little bit of belief. But only results will cure that, Phil.
Well, there were mitigating circumstances when he played on the tour. He was very unlucky with the draws, wasn't he? Tournament after tournament in the first round, he drew a very big name, and that can drain confidence in itself.
Yeah, it can be demoralising. You're playing some of the best players on the planet, players you've kind of grew up watching. And it's that kind of stuff you can't be doing against these top players. And Si Jiahui's a top 16, as we said before, and them kind of blues, you can't be missing them. And leaving these open chances. I just feel like, see, after that first frame, all he needs is a clear-cut chance, and once he's in and around the balls, it's game over.
Eight. Nine.
So playing a top-up reserve here, and he was a top-up reserve in 2021 when he met Sean Murphy in the UK Championship and beat him 6-5. That was a big moment in his career. Turned pro originally after coming through the Q School in 2019. He was only 17 years of age. That first season he beat Stuart Bingham in the English Open, but he was relegated in 2021. But he won the World Snooker Federation Championship
16.
the following year, and he's been back on tour ever since. Of course, Alan, he was victim to one of the most remarkable Crucible comebacks ever. 2023, he beat Sean Murphy again, Rob Milkins and Anthony McGill to get to the semi-finals in Sheffield. He led Luca Brissell 14-5 in a race to 17 and then only won one more frame. Brissell winning that match and then capturing the title. And by the way, Luca Brissell's here tomorrow, taking part in Group 31.
Yeah, I remember watching that match. It was kind of an open game. Both players playing a similar style, but I tell you what, when you see Luca Brissell in full flow in that manner, he's hard to beat. It's hard to find someone better to watch.
Yes, it was the kind of defeat for Sergio Way that could have really scarred him, but the following year had a great time. He got to the German Masters final, semi-finalist at the Saudi Arabia Masters, and also runner-up in the Wuhan Open, a tournament in which he made a 147. Last year, though, was considerably quieter, and the same applies to 2026.
Nice long red here for Sean. If he can knock this in, a bit of confidence, but he's lost the cue ball.
One.
He'll be fighting for a little bit of touch and feel around this black area. He just wants one clear-cut chance.
Leg.
Nice and thin off this. You don't want to be putting this black safe.
Showing my leg swung.
Last time we saw Sergio Way play. It was in the first round of the World Championship back in April. And he made a good start. He led Hossein Vafai 3-1, helped by a century. And then lost the next 9 frames. That was that. Out.
What's he spotted here? He's playing safe off the right-hand side of the bunch as we look. Doesn't want to push one towards the corner. He has got pink and black to block that corner bag. As thin as you can. Nicely played. And all he was ever going to leave was the same side of the bunch to play off. See Joey has a look, see if there's anything available there, but more likely just checking what Sean was looking at. I say the brown and green are in great positions there to hide the cue ball. He's bridging over the brown.
Sergio Way did not survive his opening group in this tournament last year. He beat Caden Briley, drew with Farah Kajaib, but lost to Artem Zhuzhin of Latvia. 3-0. Now, do you remember in the first frame, Alan, when I confidently predicted that the match we're watching now will be a lot shorter than the first match yesterday? Well, I'm going to get a little bit twitchy.
Not as twitchy as the ref. He hasn't got a handheld fan or a bottle of water to hand. Mindful of the T-shirt foul. Ref's got his BDI on it anyway. Is he attempting the pot or just a safety hit? Nice and thin. In she goes. Now he needs a good kiss here. And hasn't got one. These frames just tend to be going a little bit scrappy for my liking, Phil. That's probably for the boys' liking as well out there, because it's nothing more than you want. It's just a nice high angle on the blue, splatter the reds and clear up in one visit, like it seems what's happening on table 2 in the first 2 frames.
Brown and blue going together. Green off its spot. Pink and black also off their spots. So putting together something meaningful here will not be easy. Good shot, deserved better, but he does have a red, I believe, to the distant green pocket. By the way, Karwei Chung has regained the lead against Ashley Carty on table 2. at 2-1.
Showing medic 7.
Well, I suppose if you use a poker analogy there, he went all in. He's left the red.
Yeah, needed a little bit more pace into that cue ball there for the red to kind of not want to move offline. He's left this chance for Si Jiahui if he can brush past these 3 reds. Open them up ever so slightly, and I think he'll be trying to get the black on the spot as soon as possible.
Eight.
And in Si Jiahui's favour, these open reds now, you won't even be looking towards the green, brown and blue, because they won't matter an ounce. If he keeps potting all these reds, he'll be over the line in the frame. Always had the red in the middle as a backup there, and I would feel this positional shot, whether he plays for yellow or black, would be the key to this frame.
Sometimes, and I'm quoting Ted Lowe now, little fish are sweet. In this case, the littlest of the lot, the yellow.
Yeah, it's handy having that red in the balk area.
17.
It's a backup red, if anything, but he's taking it quite early, and then he can focus his attention on the bottom of the half of the table. Like to get on the black or pink. Doesn't want to be too low.
18.
Just slowed up ever so slightly.
Well, after what we've seen, this feels like an extended visit at the table. He's only on 18. But everything is relative.
Just that extra couple of rolls on the cue ball there. He's have to leave himself at slightly higher red. It wouldn't be normally missable for the likes of Si Jiahui. But the fact that he's taken an extra couple of seconds before he even gets down, he's trying to negotiate his position. Desperate to get that black on its spot, and then it would be over in a flasher, you would imagine. Might just look in there and play round 2 cushions and play the black with the rest.
Playing it like that had to be very precise. Yes, he's still on the black, but these shots are horrible. Cutting back into a blind pocket, so often you see them undercut. And that's what he did there.
Yeah, he actually walked round to the balk area to have a look at the black with the rest, and that's probably the guaranteed positional shot. Like you say, Phil, I think his margins were a little bit too small for that shot, and again, we're coming back to how tight these pockets are playing. Them blind pockets, they're nasty.
One.
And Sean, even though he's 32 points behind, he'd be looking to take these 3 open reds. Potentially with blacks to level up, and then it's a fight to the death on the colours, Phil. And if you can clear these couple of reds with any colours, might extend the frame time somewhat with the position that that blue and brown are sitting in.
Nine. Sixteen.
Now, I'm not jumping to Sean Maddox's defence there, but was that a kick? It seemed to really straighten. Maybe it was pilot error, but it really, really straightened.
Yeah, I think his reaction said it all, but I think that was possibly a little bit of a hangover from the shot before. He's played the black and potentially slightly too high on the cue ball, come too close to that red. I mean, he's disappointed because he knows he should have negotiated them 4 open reds there. And CJ always played that very well. Over and back 2 cushions. And if he can get over the line in this frame, CJ guarantees the draw. Wriggled in. He's not happy.
7.
No, this table is a real test. There's no doubt about it. And this time he undercuts a red. So the frame remains alive. Like wading through treacle for both of them.
One.
And as per these style of frames, he's potted that red and landed straight on the black, so had to play the screw with reverse side. Didn't quite get through the ball. He's left a natural angle to pot the yellow and float across, but misses it.
8.
It's a really poor standard. You have to say that. Where the balls are, though, a 16-point lead is quite significant for Sir. Mind you, if he pots yellow and green, he'll still have the conundrum of the brown to sort out.
Yeah, I took the words out of my mouth there, Phil, but I think if he does, he'd almost not want to move the brown. You do well not to move the blue at the same time, and then he's opening the frame for a counter-attack off Sean.
Well, we said it about the first frame, one of those frames. The second frame, another of those frames.
Wonder whether he'll risk it. I was going to suggest to dig down and try and screw the yellow into that little cluster and get the white behind the black, but there was never going to be much movement, so he was just playing for the snooker. Could find himself behind the black here though. And plays into C's hands there with the black floating onto that bottom cushion, as we know, is playing awfully nippy. Very good shot. Possibly left an edge. But again, after the chances he's had, he's got to show a little bit of patience. C's playing the swerve. That's a lovely flick. Seems to go that way in these styles of frames, Phil, doesn't it? All the safeties and flicks and flukes and all sorts.
Well, they call it a dreaded double kiss, and that was a delightful double kiss.
Just looking at the position of that green ball now, whether it does sneak past the brown. If it does, and you could kind of gauge an angle on it to topspin through and hit the blue and brown and knock the brown over the corner, and it could be over in a flash. We might not be here all day. I wonder if Sean's checked if that does actually pass. He might be tempted to the pot here. Needs some cue in this. That's a beautiful strike.
2.
Well, for me, the best shot of the match so far. But he didn't possess the angle on the green to play the shot that Alan suggested. Clever, though, to leave hampered queuing. Serge Aoui's lead reduced to 11 points. He needs brown and blue. Maddox needs the 4 remaining colours.
Well, that could speed things up a bit, Phil. He was up off the shot pretty quickly there. Sean just play it. Stop stunt. Hold the cue ball behind the pink line.
Well, 2 consecutive frames in which Serge Aouii does not feel at home in these kind of scrappy encounters. And he needs cover here badly. So the hand there tells Sean Maddox he can't get through. Not to the potting angle. Oh, and I think he's blown the frame.
Yeah, I think he had to jack up a little bit higher than that and kind of just commit to hitting it as full as he can. It's hard to tell whether he played trying to play the pot or, but just a trickle in now, and Second frame for Si Jiawei. And like we said before, Phil has secured the draw. Arms loosened up now, and in they go. Nice and easy.
So Serge Jiawei won the first frame on the black. He won the second on the blue. Black and blue, I think, is how Sean Maddox will be feeling right now. Could have won them both. He's lost them both.
32.
Everything on the line, though, in the last frame of the first match of the day on table 2. Ashley Carty produced the highlight of this match, 127 in the second frame, but he went 1-0 and 2-1 behind. He led 47-0 actually in this frame. But now Kawei Chung from Hong Kong looks as though he might well gain a 3-1 victory.
38. $39.
Very solid strike of the ball is Kawei Chung. Straight cueist. And you would suggest at the stand of this match that it should be over. 5 in front. Up to and including the blue.
46.
Start the day off with a win.
From Hong Kong, and the great Marco Fu is the best player ever from Hong Kong, and he's up next on this table against Zhu Yichen when this one concludes. Good pot from Maddox. The blue is in for Kawei Chung. Pink over the pocket. He's 19 in front with pink and black on the table. Surely it's going to be a 3-1 victory.
It's like buy one, get one free on table 2 today, Phil. 4 frames for the price of 2 on table 1.
4.
Such a good standard. Chung dribbles the pink over the green pocket, making life pretty difficult for Ash to get his snooker. So just coming back to table 1 briefly, where Sean's played the positive shot into the side of the bunch and left himself hampered with the spider, and once again a wobble. The chances are there, Phil.
Yeah, they have been right from the first frame. Maddox had a number of them but couldn't convert, and eventually Serge Jiawei will convert.
One.
But not yet. Brown not easy, but it's the kind of ball he knocks in on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I just think losing that frame in the manner he did, Sean had a couple of open chances. He'd be looking to build a little break here and maybe take the shackles off as Ash misses the pink altogether on the thin clip.
Yeah, needing 2 snookers on pink and black. You're chasing rainbows.
That used to be a hobby of mine, Phil. Never did find that pot of gold.
6.
That little kiss there to land on this red is just exactly what Sean ordered. We're looking just to keep a nice little tight cue ball, and the win has disappeared into the distance, but the draw's still available. He's got to keep hope here. Loosen the arm a little bit and try and score a few, as we know he can.
As Alan mentioned, from Liverpool, a city that's produced many a fine player, Alan included.
15.
Rod Lawler, from a bygone era, George Scott, and of course the best of the bunch, the 1991 world and UK champion, John Parrott.
Yeah, not forgetting the late great George Scott. He's got a lovely club up there in Old Swan. I remember I was a member of the team, the junior team, when I was there, Phil.
22.
The Young Guns, we were called. And I remember we got a nice invite to the Preston Guildhall. And we were interviewed and asked, who's your favourite player? A friend of mine said Ronnie, and I didn't want to be
23.
kind of following the bunch, so I said John Higgins. And the interviewers turned around and said, "You're from Liverpool, what's wrong with John Parrott?" We turned around and went, "We don't know." And he was standing behind us and he said, "Cheers, lads."
He's as good as gold, John Parrott. I was there when he won his first ever ranking event in Deauville, France, in the
29.
Casino de Deauville in early 1989. Given that
30.
we left it with Ashley Carty requiring a couple of snookers on the pink in the last frame, you won't be surprised to know that Ka Wei Chung did win that match 3-1.
$37. $38.
Not bad. More reds disturbed. Decent position on yellow.
Yeah, I think he probably feels that's ran a little bit too, well, a little bit further than he first imagined. But still in prime position in my eyes, and I think this yellow in position is key to this frame now. In goes the yellow. Pretty standard shot, and these are sitting lovely now to clinch this frame in this visit.
40.
Exactly what he needed. Exactly what Sijia Wee was praying for, but he did have a chance. He said, Phil, he's Mr. Brown in the middle, which we would all presume he would pot.
41.
He's just got to mind his work here now, Sean, and keep his cue ball nice and tight. Just get over the line and nick a frame and nick a bit of confidence, and hopefully go in the next frame 2-1 and nick the draw.
Yeah, from the depths of despair after losing those two very tight frames, if he could make a really sizable break here and then salvage a point, it wouldn't be a bad start at all against the top seed in the group.
49. 56. $57.
Serge Always missed Brown to middle has proved costly.
64.
This is a lot more like it from Sean Maddox.
$65.
And a good opportunity to score a high break, which could prove costly towards the end of the day. He's played that nicely.
70. $71.
Out of the blue, this, an excellent contribution.
Yeah, it's probably the standard of the match that we hoped and expected at the start. Obviously hasn't been clean cut. There was a few chances early on and a couple of tricky misses. And
85.
this is exactly what Sean needed. Even just for the kind of bit of confidence and table time going into the next couple of matches
86.
during the day.
$91.
And he'll need that brown along the top cushion for the ton.
I wonder whether he's made a televised century. It's a nice feather in the cap to do that.
$96.
Just roll the brown in. There's no positional future anyway.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's not going to hit the brown as hard as he hit the green.
Oh, that's a real shame. No champagne moment for the man who's in the Guinness Book of Records, but a break of 96 and he's back in the match. Serge Alway missed the brown and then spent the rest of the frame sitting down. So the second match of the day is underway on table 2. It is the familiar figure of Matthew Stevens up against George Pragnell, who came in as a late replacement yesterday because Tom Ford, who was supposed to play in this group, had to withdraw. I think he's got back issues. Very self-deprecating Matthew Stevens. Spent a lot of time with him last season because he became part of the Channel 5 commentary team. And, yeah, always self-deprecating, always joking, aiming the joke at himself. But what a classy player.
One.
Yeah, he plays himself down very, very kindly, if you want to put it that way, because there's still still a lot of belief in his talent, and there's no doubt in that's never left him. And when he's in full flow, it's just beautiful to watch.
Well, his World Championship earlier this year was split into two distinct parts. He didn't play well at the Crucible, but to qualify, he was superb. Okay, then back to the final frame, and a big one it is.
Yeah, and a great break of 96 in the last frame by Sean Maddox. He would have been disappointed with that break off after that brilliant break he's made to pull the match back to 2-1, but probably not as disappointed as Si Jiahui for missing the red. And you've got to say, the manner that Si Jiahui's won the 2 frames that are on the board, he still won't be happy with his performance. But he's one of them players that if he knows his opponent's hot on his heels, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes in at pace, but a rattle nonetheless as he left it.
Well, if Jiahui were to win this frame, and it was relatively tight, you'd have a situation where someone had lost 3-1 and scored more points. We have to give Jiahui a pass here in the sense that he's still sort of brushing off competitive rust. Never easy early season to get right back into the swing of things immediately. And he's left the red. Now, this isn't as easy a pot as it might appear, but it qualifies as a chance nevertheless. Can Sean Maddox pick up where he left off in the previous frame?
That's a good pot on the black. He's slightly lower than he wanted to be, but it's actually worked in his favour. Giving him a natural angle into the cluster of reds just above, and he's landed pretty nicely. And you'll fancy scoring a few from here, considering he's hot off from the last frame.
$16. $16.
Golden chance wasted, especially for someone who had momentum.
Yeah, he'll be really disappointed in that. Again, it's the fine margins. You got to rewind a little bit to the black, and he's came up slightly short on that red to made it a bit more of a difficult cut, but This is where He makes his living. Probably find him starting to strike the ball a little bit firmer.
8.
Maybe a little bit of frustration. He's been gagging for this chance in the first 3 frames.
9.
And as the top seed in a group, that's what you have to do. Lay down the marker, get the win. Obviously 3-0 with a big break. Now that's ideal. That's the perfect start. But you can't complain about any kind of win.
$16. 17.
Screwed back with reverse side.
4.
Yeah, slightly overcooked that, but he always had this red to middle. He's just going about his business, but you feel like he's about 2 or 3 shots to truly make this into a frame-winning chance. The bunch of 4 behind the pink. Be looking to go into them, possibly from the black, in 1 or 2 shots' time.
$31.
Makes it slightly easier access to the pack from the blue, so he's got 2 chances here, but as soon as this red disappears he opens up the path for the other one into the other
32.
corner. And like you say, he's very prolific in these situations. That Sean Maddox will be fearing the worst after that golden opportunity at the start of the frame.
$39. 40.
Again, that deep screw shot catches him out. Little overzealous. And this is missable. The problem with these tables, they're not just tight, they're tight for potential flukes as well. So he leaves the table with Maddox having the chance to
47.
still somehow scramble a point.
Not a bad flick.
1.
Matthew Stevens still at the table. On table 2, but he's going to take the first frame quickly from George Pragnell.
He's not got through that at all. He chose to leave the black there as a backup
6.
potential pot position on the red and use the black to cannon the bunch of 4, but needed a bit more attack on that cue ball there to make the cannon on the pink for position. But massive target now to get the snooker and cover. Still 25 behind with 2 open reds and a cluster of 4, black over the middle. He's still well within a shout in this frame, Phil.
Yeah, and it's been that kind of match. You never know really what the next twist will be. Not about aesthetics now. All about just getting the result. He will settle for that all day and twice on Sundays. Mark Selby, the great maestro, getting out of snookers, I think he would settle for that. By the way, Alan, just a point about Selby. Have you ever seen anyone as good getting out of snookers? Just brilliant, the accuracy.
No, they're very, very few and far between them types of players. I'm convinced he practices it all day. I don't think he does the line-up anymore, Phil. Probably just gets out of snookers for 6 hours. He's got that discipline in him.
Yeah, shame he's not in this. He has won the Championship League invitation version 3 years on the trot. Now then. Can Sergio pot a ball from distance, which he's very good at doing, or even from mid-distance, and put the finishing touches to a victory. No guarantees. He's not been anywhere near top form.
I think that kind of shows you where he's at in this match. He's hit that so hard. Just needed a nice clean pot there, what we know and love about CJOE. But I don't know whether there's any trust in the strike or whatever it is. He's left a golden opportunity again for Sean, and he's got to make this one count because the end of the match is nigh, and he'd be over the moon with a draw from here.
Yeah, we've repeatedly said this table is playing very difficult in terms of tightness. And the one thing you can't do is make things tougher for yourself by injecting pace, needless pace. But Alex has made life tough for himself there.
Such a margin for error. He obviously didn't want the cannon, or maybe he did, but you're probably better off erring on the side of hitting it too hard. You can come out to the other side cushion and still have the red over the corner, but a bit of frustration might play into hands here, whether he plays a plant or put the red into the middle, bridging over.
Well, he didn't keep position, but it looks as though he's kept discipline.
Yeah, and as I said earlier on in the matches, I think that's what's changed with Sean, is he's probably gained a few more results because of it. So I spoke to him yesterday in the practice room, and he said he's had a few games with another local lad, Andrew Higginson, who's just got back on the tour after Q School, and rightly so. It's where he belongs, and he's such a solid match player. And I say if he's had a few practice games with Andrew, that'll definitely sharpen that side of the game up, because he's a heavy scorer. So he's doing the right things. It's just, as this match is concerned, he's not playing all the shots in the right manner. So he offers the hand.
When he hit the green, I thought he might leave awkward queuing over the brown. Instead, it's the pink. Very awkward queuing. Yep, Andrew Higginson from Widnes, famous rugby league town. He's had a resurgence of late, playing some really good stuff.
Yeah, I think it was only a matter of time before Andrew got back on the professional ranks. Such a nice lad as well. Very close friend of mine, and you know, I respect him as a player wholeheartedly. You know, he's very, very dangerous, and he's got the right mindset. I think he's got a good mix now, going into these first this first season of his new 2-year tour card. Like you say, someone like Sean's ability is playing someone like Andrew, it's only going to tighten you up. But all that practice doesn't help you with these kind of smelly shots. He's just desperate not to leave a shot here. 17 points behind Phil, it's so open.
This shot doesn't smell, it reeks. Horrible.
It's a big risk, but I think he's played it really well. If it bounces, that's a very, very, very good shot. Under the circumstance, he didn't want to play it, you could sense that. It was a great touch there. You'd feel he's only be back in the long grass though, behind green and brown. But I'd rather be there than watching him clear up for the match.
And we have to repeat what we said right at the start of the match. When it comes to his weak point, there's no doubt, Sergio Way, that is safety. Again, a misplayed shot. Nothing misplayed about that one, and this time he's held the cue ball delightfully.
Yeah, it's a fantastic strike, this. He's really got hold of that cue ball. He's got to fancy his chances now, but again, he's had a few of these opportunities in this first match, so he'll be mindful of that.
When he lost the first two frames, particularly in those circumstances, the first on the black, the second on the blue, honestly thought he would be defeated. Shown a lot of resilience. He's not playing his best, but he's sticking with it.
16.
Yeah, but it's arguably he's playing the best of the two with the break at 96, and you know the opportunities he's had, the opportunity CJ Wee's had, he hasn't produced anything like what we
17.
know and love him for. But you say the resilience is needed here to clear these couple of reds and colours. He's level now. Black takes him 7 ahead. Need a couple of colours. He's not happy with that. I just think that is the difference. You're landing straight on that black all the time. You're screwing off side cushion with reverse side. You can't keep landing there, but well negotiated.
Especially with side, running side. Brilliant shot.
We're 4 pots away from a draw here. He took the black. Decides the blue.
31.
Hold to the yellow. Yellow green, pretty standard. have to say, Phil, if he does negotiate these couple of colours and close out the match at 2-all, I think he's done really, really well considering the manner he lost the first 2 frames. Has to be said.
Yeah, done brilliantly. And of course, this has a massive impact on the group.
38.
Maybe opens the door for Marco Fu, who's coming up next against Zhu Yichen. Snooker required by Serge Wei. So the top seed has squandered a 2-0 lead. And this blue will mean that Sean Maddox has made the 2 highest breaks of the match. It might seem just a small thing, but maybe it will give him the confidence he needs.
Yeah, I think if someone said to him first thing this morning, you'll have a draw against the top seed in your group, would you take that? I think he'd bite your hand off, give himself a little bit of confidence. He's had a nice big break and run into the rest of the day. It's nice to see him finish off in style there.
Yeah, 96 break in the 3rd frame, and then a very tidy clearance in the 4th. Sean Maddox was 2-0 down, but he's come out of the match with a point. 2-all. Marco Fu and Zhu Yichen coming up after this 5-minute break.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena, the venue, of course, for the BetVictor Championship League, where the first stage ends here this week on Thursday, and then we start stage 2, and it all ends a week tomorrow. So, of course, Sergio Way, the top seed, beaten on table 1 by Sean Maddox, so he's already under it a little bit. Marco Fu and Zhe Yuxian to follow, and Ka Wai Chung on table 2 has beaten Ashley Carty. Matthew Stevens is 1-0 up against George Pragnell. Marco Fu, of course, a very familiar face in the snooker world, Hong Kong's best ever player. And Zhe Yuxian here, 39 years of age, got on the tour at the start of last season to the Oceania Q School. Now, Marco Fu, one thing that's happened over the years, because, of course, he's had this eye condition, it's actually forced him to really speed up. He was never really that slow, but he had his own rhythm, but he's having to play quicker, which is interesting, because usually as you get older it goes the other way. So Marco Fu, whatever happens, I don't think it's going to take too long. Alan is still here. Marco, Alan, a player I think everyone respects. You know, he's put the years in, hasn't he? And he's always sort of conducted himself well.
Yeah, such a gentleman. He holds himself very highly in respect of himself, and
Marco Fu 6.
like you said, Phil, he's sped up. I think he's had his eye operation, and he's saying it was either the lights or maybe sometimes the air conditioning might have maybe given him slight discomfort.
Yeah, I mean, he was just sat upstairs actually before the match, sort of rubbing them. He's clearly an ongoing concern, but let's see how he gets on here. First chance. One of the great scorers in the game. He's had over 500 career centuries, 5 maximums. He's actually had a 16 red clearance in the World Championship qualifiers. There's only ever been 8 of those. So, you know, he can score on his day, certainly.
Six.
And he's one of them players as well, Dave, that how competent he is. That's the last thing you need, is seeing him running at you at 14 seconds a shot.
He also apparently hasn't aged in about 30 years either. That's the other thing. He's actually 48, Marco. He looks great, doesn't he? Big chance now in this group because, of course, Sergio Way is the top seed. He's been beaten, so Fu plays back-to-back. And he can really take a stranglehold on this group in this session.
14.
Well, this is a big shot now. The red's over the pocket.
It's kind of handy that it was actually. Sounded a little bit like a miscue, if I'm honest.
20.
Like you said, Dave. He's so good at break building that. There we are again. I've alluded.
21.
Mind you, look at that positional shot there, Dave. He's got it all. He's got it all.
Well, he's finished nice, hasn't he? Caught the, as you say, the jaws of the pocket, but anyway, on the green. Yeah, for a long time in his corner was the great Terry Griffiths, former world champion and you know, a very well-respected coach. And now Wayne Griffiths, Terry's son, is the
24.
head coach in Hong Kong.
Yeah, nice bloke, Wayne. A lot of respect for him. Does a lot of great work over there. And I say, we've seen on table 2 just previously, Kai Wai Chung getting the win over Ashley Carty and fending off what was a decent standard match, actually, with Ashley Carty making the 1-2-7. But yeah, the players like Chung will be looking up to Marco from a very, very young age, and to now be kind of playing alongside him would be potentially one of their goals achieved as a youngster. And just to see him still in great form is fantastic. As I say, he's one of them players that he's great to watch in full flow.
31.
Probably wouldn't be in people's tops 3 or 5 or even at the forefront of your mind, but when you're reminded of it, especially if you're sitting in your seat, it's very, very enjoyable.
Yeah, he's always had this calm demeanour as well. Very hard to sort of rattle Marco Fu, I think. Now then, if he can get these reds into play, it's a good chance to win the frame. Could have finished better, I think, though.
44.
Yeah, I think someone of Marco's experience as well. He would have been watching the first match and seen Sean Maddox making the 96 break against Seo Wei. Especially him nicking the draw. He'll seek an opportunity to try and get the win and potentially score a few more than 96 to close that door as well if there's ever an opportunity to be level on points at the end of the day.
Well, Chen here, his best performance in his season just gone was last 32 of the World Open out in China, but so often when players come on the tour, it's very tough the first year. But it's an open table here, so okay, he's 50 behind, but everything's kind of there.
Yeah, and he's a competent potter, Chen. Seen him playing 1 or 2 matches last season, just crunching long balls in. Marco will probably be well aware of that. He's also probably well aware of how tight this black cushion's been playing, and he's left that red along that cushion there purposefully, knowing he potentially wouldn't play it at all.
Well, it's just okay. That yellow just in the way. Just to say, Matthew Stevens 2-0 over George Fragnell.
Yeah, I think going back to what you said briefly there, Dave, it'd be hard to pick me favourite who I'd want to watch in full flow, Marco or Matthew.
Well, meanwhile, that is an error from Fu. So let's see if Chen can get involved here in this opening frame. That's a good first pot.
1.
Yeah, after me saying he's crunching balls, and he's actually they're quite sweet. They're harder to cue and stay online. But he doesn't hang about.
Seven. Eight.
Looks a little bit unorthodox some shots. His technique kind of scrunched up a little bit, but so effective. Works for him. Horses for courses, as they say. Like you alluded to before, Dave, such an open table here.
14.
You would fancy him getting at least level, if not taking the frame in one visit.
Well, he's very different to a lot of the Chinese players in as much as he turned pro pretty late. He's 39 now. This is only his second season. So one thing he's got, I suppose, is experience, but the other question is, I guess, where's he been?
It's all about the seniors anyway, Dave.
21.
Well, he's looking to show Fu, you know, that he's up for the fight here if he can win this frame from 50 behind.
22.
Kind of takes the edge off. Second match on and the first match goes for a draw. You can feel the group's still wide open. You can have a nice run up and get a win in your first match. Stand you in good stead for the rest of the day.
28.
Of course, if Marco can get the win,
33.
he stays on this table, so he'll still be warm running into the next match.
34.
Well, you're right about him not hanging about. This is good to see, actually, because we know that players sometimes can almost do themselves in, just overthinking things. Equally, you don't want to rush. You want to play at your natural tempo. Clearly, this is his.
Yeah, but by rights taking a little extra second on this shot because these have not been easy. Slight blind pocket. There we have it, another one.
Let's be honest, Alan, that would have gone last year, wouldn't it? They have tightened up, and you've got to be so precise.
Yeah, as you were saying during the first match, Phil, over the 13 days, he said even day one they were playing a little bit nippy, so they're not going to get any easier.
So can Fu take advantage here? Nothing safe. Marco Fu, winner of 3 ranking titles from 8 finals. He's been in the Masters final. He's been twice
1.
semi-finals of the World Championship. And he's been in the top 8 in the world. Anything can go wrong in this game, we know that, but you'd be surprised if it did now.
Seven.
Just floats around the table, Marco, doesn't he? Little skip round the corner bag there, but you say he's sped up. He's never been really that slow.
14.
Not many feathers, if any at all, in his technique. But it's just the sheer pace of trying to be down on the shot for less time as possible. So you say he doesn't feel that discomfort
17.
in his eyes, but as you've seen from that camera angle there, it's such a straight cueist and nice striker of the ball.
The thing with his eyesight, obviously, the lights out there are going to make whatever the issue is even worse. It's very bright, and that's certainly true in TV events as well. So it's not necessarily something that's affecting him all the time, but when he's playing snooker, it's probably most likely to. Anyway, he's won this frame. It was in the balance. It's a tough red that Yushen missed. And Marco Fu, as expected, has taken advantage. A swift first frame goes to the man from Hong Kong, Marco Fu, leading here 1-0. Yeah, he does stay on to play Sean Maddox, who, of course, got that point against Sergio Way earlier. So, realistically, if he can get 4 points, I mean, there's a chance to get 6, but if he can get 4, then he's guaranteed to go into the last match later with a chance to win the group. Another one of the great names in snooker, Matthew Stevens, having a good day of it so far, leading 2-0. A player we don't see maybe as much of these days in the main stages of events. But that, ironically, is where he tends to play his best. I think he struggles in the qualifying environments where there's very little atmosphere, often no audience. It's not what he's been used to over the years, but it's one of those players I think you always feel he could still do something because he's such a class operator.
Yeah, I think in the big events, I think he's old school in that sense, where he's still got them top events on that big pedestal where they kind of belong, and he builds himself and practices himself around them during the season, and tends to do enough to secure his ranking in and around where he, has never really fell short for. He's a top player.
He always seems to be there on Judgment Day for that World Qualifying, and very often gets through. He did again this year. The Hawk beat him, Barry beat him at the Crucible, but again, the World Championship, longer matches is where he seems to come good. Of course, he's been twice runner-up at the Crucible.
Yeah, I think you're right there with the occasion with Matthew. I think the bigger the event, the more intense the focus.
Yeah, and Marco Fu, I guess, is in that category as he breaks off here in frame 2. Yeah, there's sort of these discussions, who's the best player not to win a Triple Crown tournament, and Barry Hawkins I mentioned there, he's been in all 3 finals, so he certainly is up there. Ali Carter, but I think Marco Fu is in that conversation as well, because, as I say, he's won lots of other things. The 3 ranking events he won, he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in 1 final, Neil Robertson in the 2nd, and John Higgins in the 3rd. So it's not like the draw opened up for him in any of those events.
Easy game, isn't it?
It's not a bad sort of trio of scalps, is it? The last of them, the Scottish Open 2016, the first in the home nations, Higgins made 3 centuries to lead 3-0. You think, OK, not my day. He only won 1 more frame. So that tells you how well Marco played.
1.
Now he's in, but this black is going to need good queuing with reds available, which he'll be leaving if he doesn't get it. Very confidently potted.
Yeah, beautiful strike that.
8. 9. 14. 14.
Touching ball. Two touching balls.
Referee declared a touching ball there, and he's decided to move the red out of baulk. Unfortunately for Yushen, he's left it close to this middle pocket and attempted for Marco, who chose against it. I think That just shows a little bit of experience, that he's seen that both players are in a decent kind of form. Nice relaxed manner, open game, and be taking any little tiny risks like that and letting Zhu take another opportunity. But
another fact for you about Marco Fu: in Hong Kong, he's a justice of the peace, which essentially, I looked into it, it means he can, one of his duties, he can inspect prisons.
title suits him.
1.
But he didn't have this frame locked down, did he? He's left a chance there. It's a good pot.
That's a great pot, actually. Very clean. And for all my statements about saying Chen can bang him in from distance, he's floating a couple in. He's queuing quite sweetly here, so being played in a total different manner to match number 1 on this table.
9.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Sergio Wei has been in the academy practicing, but you could sort of tell it was his first match since the World Championship, which of course he didn't win. I mean, he was actually heavily beaten by Vafai. Well, disappointing after such a good
9.
initial red to make just 9.
I think the focus was more on not hitting the ball colour, and with the missed pot he actually did. So Marco with another nice clean strike.
1.
Blue to follow. May attack the bunch. Ah, it's delightful. Options galore.
6.
You just sense the mood he's in, that this could be it, Dave.
Well, he's already looking good. We've only had a frame and a half, but determined to play the open game, play positively. I think Fu, he's sort of a snooker player in a way. He's not necessarily flamboyant in the way that the public often warm to, but my word, he's effective. All the numbers that we've already gone through prove that. Here's another Marco Fu fact. Alan, you're getting them all here. He made the first ever maximum break shown on the internet
15.
back in the year 2000 at the old Scottish Masters. And he won a car, but at the time he hadn't passed his test. But yeah, the first one, it was obviously it was pre sort of, you know, Wi-Fi and all that. It was, you could barely watch it. It was like dial-up, but he made it.
22.
I feel underprepared with me Marco Fu facts here, Dave. Are there any left?
Well, there might be a couple. Big chance then to go 2-0 up and guarantee himself a point.
30.
Yeah, nice shot that. Done well to land high on the blue. Touch your left hand side down for the bottom red. And I would think taking that one would possibly open
36.
the outside one. So like you say, he's looking good for 2-0. Here's a fact for you, Dave.
37.
Looks good, doesn't he?
I'm not going to argue. Yeah, because he did have to take some time away from the circuit, so he actually got a wild card to continue, just in recognition of his contribution. He has won the Championship League before the old invitation version in 2010.
$44.
So this red, and again, a pretty swift kill, although his opponent was
51.
in and did have a chance. George Pragnell has just stolen the third frame on the black against Matthew Stevens, so it's 2-1 there. We'll see how important that will be in the fullness of time.
$59. $60.
So none of the sort of stuttering mistakes we saw from the top seed, Sir Jolway.
66.
Marco Fu already looking good here.
67.
Of course, he has played in qualifying for the Wuhan and China Open, so he's had competitive matches already this season.
$73.
See, he was down there before the referee even spotted the pink, but you can drop this blue in, stay on the yellow. 79, 27 on. Maybe the highest break of the group so far. That just adds another string to his bow in his
79.
quest to winning this match, and of course winning the group later on today. See, nothing's ever guaranteed, but I mean, he's striking the ball lovely there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a fact of the four players we've seen on this table. He's played the best so far. It's still early, but it's a good sign for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and just post the first match, I seen C. Joey straight to the practice table to work on his game. He's obviously can feel a slight little bit of rust there, as we were
88.
discussing. Probably knows what he's up against here with Marco.
93.
We'll be playing him this afternoon.
99.
Marco Fu then for career century number 563. And what a great break it was. Made in no time at all. 106 clearance, as Alan says, not only leading 2-0, but that break, if it does come back to who's made the highest break, is already in the locker for him. So Marco Fu looking very good to get the 3 points here as he plays a double session. Sean Maddox to come. Now then, table two, as I say, George Pragnell, he was looking set to lose 3-0, but he managed to clear up to steal the frame on the black. So 2-1, still in with a shout of getting a point against Matthew Stevens here. Kai Wai Chung has beaten Ash Carty 3-1 already. And that will not please the Welshman, leaving the red on. For Matthew Stevens, we're saying about, you know, he plays his best at the venues. Of course, it's chicken and egg, really, because to do that, you've got to get through the qualifying. So you've got to get over the kind of, maybe the lack of motivation that some players do feel in that environment. 49 in the world, so you know, he's still in a position where if he had a couple of good runs, he could get back in the top 32 maybe. But to do that, you've got to get out of places like the Mattioli.
Yeah, and we were discussing this with Phil during the first match, that CJOE top 16, you want to cling on to that top 16 spot during the season with the various cut-offs and whatnot. That something like the Championship League does offer a decent purse if you can go the whole way. You know, some of the smaller prize money events, if you will, you might have to win a lot more matches and a lot longer matches to kind of equal the prize money earned. So for someone like Matthew, if he can kind of go deep or even, be the last man standing,
7.
it could kind of take him out of the qualifying arena, or even play one less match kind of thing, and back to where he kind of feel like he belongs.
Yeah, and I guess the same's true for Marco Fu as well, who is leading 2-0 here. Looking now to complete the perfect result, not only 3-0 but a century as well. Here's a question, Alan, because there's so many different formats now. What, for a snooker player, what's the ideal length of match? Because we've got so many different. We've got short matches, we've got long matches. Do players generally prefer longer matches?
I think the consensus, what I've heard and what I believe myself, is as soon as it gets around to the World Championships and you can get your teeth stuck into a best of 19. On the flip side of that, if it's not your day and it's running away from you, it's probably one of the longest days, to stay at. But I think practice-wise, I would say the majority of players just play best of 9s. It's probably the most kind of consistent number that we kind of enjoy. 11s are slightly longer. Obviously you got your interval of 4 frames, and then you've got a potential 7 after. So I think 9's probably the average. 11s are enjoyable. Again, you've still got a bit of distance, a bit of breathing space. But yeah, you can't beat the worlds at 19s, can you?
8.
No, although of course in the early years of the World Championship, it was best of 140 something. So to those guys, it's nothing. Best of 19. The final used to last 3 weeks. Now then, we've seen a few shots like this wobble.
16.
Nicely done.
17. $24.
Got hold of that cue ball pretty nicely there. He's slightly disappointed with the angle he's been left. And play a cannon to stay on the black or pink. He's kind of like 1 or 2 shots away from here from being in prime position. He just felt that was
3 chin, 25.
not one of his best. He ran the red, or the kiss didn't go to his favour, and you could see he was chasing the cue ball a few times. Potentially unfortunate not landing after putting the black so nicely, but if Marco can get through to one of these reds, either in the corner or the middle, he's got one into the yellow pocket as a backup, but if he can squeeze through, you've got to say the reds are in a nice favourable position for the 3-0.
Yeah, certainly based on how well he's played so far in this match.
I might be jumping to conclusions there, Dave, how well he's playing, but he's given us no other reason to think otherwise.
Well, I think in some ways, and it's been forced on him, but he's kind of simplified his game a bit because he can't really afford to have long matches anymore. So he's determined to make matches open and determined to play quickly. And, you know, as I say, it's something that's been forced on him, but maybe late in his career, in a strange way, he's done him a favour.
8.
Because this is kind of how you play when you start out, isn't it? You just want to pot everything.
Yeah, and Marco's in this kind of mindset. It's probably hard for him to not think he's in the practice room. He minds his work very, very well, Marco. He knows, even though he doesn't take that much time, there's probably 0 feathers on. If he just points, feels the shot, draws the cue back and fires the gun. You can just sense that a shot like this black now, he's landed it slightly low. He'd probably take a fraction of a second longer just to feel that in the pocket. You see, little feather, little touch. He's very, very good at sensing which balls are the important ones and then negotiating them afterwards, which
24.
is easier said than done.
Yeah, he learned his trade when he was young in Canada, actually, at a time when there was still quite a few top Canadian professionals, so it was very much a good training ground, a lot of good players there. Broke through very quickly, won the World Amateur Championship, turned professional, and what was basically his first tournament, the Grand Prix, got to the final in Preston. Stephen Lee beat him, so, you know, he announced himself. In fact, at that time, if you'd have said who'll be the first Asian world champion, you know, it was him and James Watanabe were the two we were looking at. Of course, it was pre-Ding and the Chinese players that came through.
$25.
Another fine strike.
30.
Back in prime position, and I think it's just a matter now of taking the puzzle apart. Every red clears a path for another.
31.
A little bit congested on that side of the table, but it's kind of like one positional shot from opening them all up completely. You see from that camera angle there that all of them 3 reds do go into this corner pocket.
38. $39.
Well, George Pragnell, who looked like he was going to lose 3-0, scrambled that frame on the third frame on the black, has just dominated the fourth. It's 2-2, so a great result for him with Matthew Stevens. And a great result for Kai Wai Chung as well, of course, because he won the first. He'd be delighted to see a draw in the second.
Yeah, it's kind of like roles reversed, isn't it, on this one, where you see the draw and Marco's come in and gets the victory, and
51.
if he can finish this frame out to win the 3-0, again, with the highest break of the group so far, is just what Marco would have been after.
Well, it's looking like a quick kill. Just got to finish the job now. These 2 reds should be enough.
Yeah, and I have to say, there's been 1 or 2 positional shots in this break that he's just took a fraction of a second longer. Played in an area where he was guaranteed. They were slightly congested, but they did all go. And it just makes it look like he's just enjoying himself, Dave, isn't he? So am I.
Well, it's half the battle in this game. Yeah, I think you're right. It does feel almost like a bit of a practice session. But anyway,
66.
it's not. It's a match, and he's going to win the match if he pots this red.
$67.
So Marco Fu just showing his undoubted class again here, the way he's won this. Snooker's required, so he'd like to get on this last red, I guess, just to stop any playing on, but even then it's going to be very tough for his opponent. Well, 2 snookers, now he's missed the blue, so some sort of chance, but a solid 67. Of course, the key break was at 106 in the last frame. Could have been nasty, that, but it's nasty for him because he's gone in off, and there's the concession. So a swift win for Marco Fu, 3-0 the century in frame 2, the 106 the highlight, and he's going to stay on to play Sean Maddox 5 minutes from now.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
We're back once again, of course, in Leicester. Marco Fu not hanging about in that last match, and of course he stays on now to play Shawn Maddox with a chance to really take a stranglehold on this group, because of course the first match was drawn. Serge Aouet and Maddox. Fu the victor there 3-0 over Zhe Yuchen. Table 2's been really interesting. Kawai Chung beat Ash Carty 3-1, although Carty had 127 in that match, and Matthew Stevens 2-0, looking good for 3-0, was held to a 2-2 draw by George Pragnell, and Matthew Stevens just underway against Ashley Carty on table 2. That's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. So Fu, I'm sure, delighted to stay on,
frame.
and Shawn Maddox
Shawn Maddox to break.
is his next opponent.
Wasn't it great to see Marco play like that? He does so on so many occasions now, has to, because of the failing eyesight, and when he's in full flow, few are more entertaining. His average shot time defies belief at times, Dave.
Yeah, we were saying, me and Alan, he's been forced into that because of his issues with his eyesight, but it's worked for him. I think it's cut out all sort of hesitation, prevarication, doubts. You've got to just play quick and just trust your instincts.
Some players just can't do that, but Fu, I suppose, is fortunate that he can, and it's not just fortune with him, he's got a massive amount of skill.
Maddox did well to get that draw. Serge Aouet was not at his best, clearly, but that's not his problem. So he's very much in this group as well.
Well, I can tell you, Serge Aouet was so unimpressed with his performance, he went straight to the practice table. Might still be there now, actually.
Maddox should have had a century, missed the brown on 96. He made 63 in the fourth as well, so more than satisfied against the top seed to get a point.
Just doing some research earlier, Dave, and came as a shock to me that it's been 10 years since Marco Fu last won a ranking event, the Scottish Open. He was brilliant that week, made 11 centuries on the way to the title.
Yeah, he sort of spoiled the party a bit for John Higgins in Glasgow, but I think because it was Marco Fu, no one kind of got too upset with him. Now, you saw him tapping the table there. Maddox played a very good safety to get the cue ball there, to cut off most of the reds on the left-hand side and try and force the error out of Fu here. He's coming off a couple of cushions. Well, just playing on the red on the cushion.
Foul and a miss. Sean Maddox 4.
Fractionally missed it. It was the discipline and patience of Maddox that was such a key to his draw against Sergio Way. His safety was better than his opponent.
Well, this is certainly harder. Yeah, I mean, clearly Sergio Way has come here because he does need the ranking points. His end of season provisional ranking is 29. Of course, that's a lot can happen before next May, but he's got a lot of points coming off this season. So if he doesn't win this group today, that's a blow because, you know, let's be honest, most of the top 16 have elected to sit the Championship League out. But he's come here, like Kyron Wilson did, looking for points. Of course, what happened with Kyron was very, very unfortunate. He couldn't complete his group. Xiao Xingtong, who doesn't need the points, by the way, he's also here on Thursday. We're looking forward to seeing him.
Well, I suppose in his quest to be world number one, Dave, you know, why not turn up and get a little closer to the pinnacle?
Yeah, no, good point. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting narrative this season because it's not just him who has a chance. Neil Robertson actually is up there. Wu Yizer, of course, and Judd Trump, the man they're kind of shooting at, can still actually, you know, keep that position if he starts to do well and win tournaments again. But it could be that, because quite often the world number one is kind of set for, you know, a couple of years. It could be it changes hands several times this year.
Terrific start to report for Matthew Stevens against Ashley Carty, suffering no hangover from only drawing with George Pragnell after being 2-0 up. He's won the first frame from Carty with a break of 102.
Well, it looks like Sean Maddox is taking this on. Nicely done.
One.
He lost in the last 32 of Q School 1 and the last 16 of Q School 2. If you win the quarter-final, you're on tour, so he got close. It's interesting, the players he lost to, Dean Young and Mark Joyce, of course, the two fourth seeds who won groups of Championship League. So tough matches, for sure. Well, he's kind of no man's land here, the way where that's finished. Oh dear, and that's not good catching the pink.
Sean Maddox 4.
It's one thing to lose position, but I'm disappointed with the safety.
Fu will like that, to see the black partially liberated. Builds his game these days on heavy scoring. He's so capable of doing it. now the black fully liberated, so whoever gets in first, the way the reds are, might well make a few.
Now then, this red just about sneaks in. So another opening for Sean Maddox. Certainly, if you could get something out of this match, then there'd be two great results because, OK, Sergio Way was rusty, but he's a top 16 player. Marco Fu is not rusty from what we've seen in that previous match. Maddox trying to take forward some confidence ahead of the Q Tour this season, the Amateur Tour, which is a route back onto professional ranks.
Six.
When he went 2-0 down against Sergio Way, I thought 3-0 was pretty much certain, especially the way he'd gone 2-0 down. Missing out on a really good chance in the first and second frame, losing the first on the black, the second on the blue. But he showed a lot of heart and, indeed, as I mentioned before, a lot of patience. Played the right shot at the right time when Sergio Way just kept attacking, even though he not really got the ammunition to do so.
Referee Andrew Barklam just measuring that pink spot to see if it'll go on there. If not, the black spot is free.
Good ref, Andrew. I was talking with him
13.
yesterday. Of course, he's got a full-time job, so getting time off that to referee as much as he wants to is quite difficult.
$14.
Long list of hobbies as well. We found out he's a chess player, guitar player, loves motorsport. Of course, there's so many tournaments now and a lot of multi-table qualifiers and events. We need more referees and officials than ever. Some of the established ones have gradually retired. Ooh, yeah, he's annoyed because that was shaping up to be a really good chance. 32 in front to win the frame.
Yeah, and you don't want to leave Fu at the business end of the table. He was one good pot away there from being in absolutely prime position, but it was Quite a toughie, and he caught the near jaw.
But it's another example of how the emotions can shift so quickly in snooker, because you saw Maddox really disappointed. That was about 30 seconds ago. Now he's got a golden chance here to continue.
One.
Well, it's not quite as golden as it was before he played that shot, maybe.
Yeah, the gold is tarnished. Fool's gold now. Caught the secondary red a little too thick to get onto the pink. Stretching over, bridging over, potting to a blind pocket. All things considered, excellent.
7.
And helped
8.
there by that lone red in bulk. Always good to have one up there as a sort of positional safety valve.
Eleven. Twelve.
Matthew Stevens in again in a very promising position against Ashley Carty on table 2 after making a century in the opening frame. This session, Dave, not quite as arduous a stint for you as yesterday.
Well, it takes all sorts in snooker, doesn't it? The fastest ever frame was 3 minutes. The longest was 2 hours, 3 minutes. And everything else has been somewhere in between. So I'm sure it evens itself out in the end.
19.
But yeah, it's been an open kind of game. I know the first match wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing, but certainly Fu is determined to play an open game, and that suits most players. It'll suit Maddox if he can just continue a little while longer. He's got a few safe balls. Red on the side cushion, brown on the bulk cushion, which is just taking a bit of pressure off.
$26. Sean Maddox, 26.
Well, now not one but 2 reds missed at point blank range. The kind of pot he would never miss in practice. Tweaking on a little bit of side though. And clearly that made all the difference. So Maddox has a substantial advantage, but not a decisive one. Far from it. So Fu trails by 51,
7.
but there's ample on the table.
Well, they've made the draws for various tournaments today, or announced the draws in the British Open. Marco Fu is going to play our colleague Stephen Hallworth.
14. 15.
2 balls on the table here, very much in favour of Maddox, very much against Fu. The red near his elbow. The brown in the middle of the ball cushion.
21.
Now this shot has to be treated with the utmost respect. He just trickled that in. It grazed the near jaw and really thought about not going. I thought he'd remove the red there. I thought he got a really good angle to do so. He made no contact whatsoever. And of course, playing that shot, he sacrificed position. Once the red went over the pocket, he needed cover, and there was never any chance of that happening. So, despite those 2 blunders, Maddox remains a big favourite for the frame.
Yes, he needs the red in open play after this pink to leave Fu requiring snookers. Matthew Stevens is going to be 2-0 over Ashley Carty meanwhile. Because he was 2-0 against George Bragnall, that finished 2-2. So this is the red that should make it 1-0 to Sean Maddox. Yeah, you really saw him steel himself for that pot. He knew the importance of it. And this black as well for the extra 7 points. Surely he's going to win in this frame.
Yeah, Fu doesn't want to spend undue time out there. So maybe he'll concede. 45 behind, 35 on. That's 1 snooker and a free ball, mind you. Yeah, so Fu just keeps plugging away. You never know.
Doesn't want to pot the red, though. Well, he has done, so it just makes it so much more difficult now. The free ball on the red is taken out of the equation. Well, it seems he kind of maybe didn't consider the scores before. Maybe he misread the score there. I think he did, because he surely didn't want to pot that red.
No logic to it.
Maybe, yeah, maybe he just misread it. Well, he has potted the pink, so keeps him in it to a degree.
3 snookers needed.
7.
Mind you, Stuart Bingham won the 3rd frame against Mark Joyce yesterday after needing 3 snookers. As if you needed reminding, Dave.
Well, it's funny because I sort of came off, you know, it was a long shift, okay, no problem, but I went to get the food and he was in there, Stuart, and the first thing he said was, he said, "I know it's my fault," which I thought was good of him. Ooh, just went past it.
Marco Fu.
Looked a good effort, that. But anyway, that's 4 of them. You never know, do you? You never know. Listen, Marco Fu got all the experience in the world. He was coached by Terry Griffiths for many, many years. He'd have learnt so much from him.
Fu knows from bitter personal experience that frames like this can be retrieved. I was commentating and it stuck with me to this day. Semi-final World Grand Prix against Ryan Day, and it looked as though Fu was a certainty to win this particular frame. Day got the 4 snookers he required. But we are building something up that probably won't happen. I would say it's a less than 1% chance. If Selby was chasing the snookers now, that would be a completely different thing. But that was Selby-esque from Fu. Excellent.
Well, certainly if he successfully gets another one, that does make it interesting, I think. But this is the problem, you know, you might have to lay 20 to get the actual points. Trying to drop him behind the blue, which he's not done. And he's left the yellow on. He's going to let him pot it, but surely this is frame over. Has seemed likely. Really, when he potted that red Fu, he didn't want to pot that, I don't think. I think he misread the scores. And that took away the free ball on the red, which really took away any realistic chance he got a feel of winning the frame.
Yeah, Fu is old school. He won't concede with Maddox at the table. But 36 in front now, 25 on.
Sean Maddox 2 and the frame.
Yeah, he'll concede now. So Sean Maddox then, he took a few chances, but he takes the opening frame. And if you're just joining us, he got a draw with Serge Aouet, the top seed. Marco Fu beat Zhe Chen 3-0. On table 2, Ka Wai Chung has beaten Ashley Carty 3-1. Matthew Stevens drew 2-2 with George Pragnell, and Matthew Stevens 2-0 up against Ashley Carty. But I'm sure determined not to have lightning strike twice, because of course he was 2-0 up in the last match and it ended in a draw. So he could do with winning this, particularly with Chung winning his match, to keep in contention when he plays him last on this evening, to still win the group. So important for Stevens to try and get this one now. I thought Ashley Carty was playing quite well in that first match. He made the 1-2-7 just in this very short format, though. Just the odd shot here and there can make a difference. course, he's back on the tour. Has played at the Crucible. Stuart Bingham beat him there a few years back. And Carty has actually qualified for the Wuhan Open, so he's got that trip to look forward to China in August. He beat Matthew Stevens 5-3 to get there.
Well, all morning I've been very impressed with Stevens, actually. If he can put the finishing touches to this, his match with Kawei Chung last up this evening could well be the group decider.
Just waiting with the players to return on table 1. So I'll watch this for now, but of course Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has all the live action. Well, that was a chance. And he may have got away. Well, in fact, there's a red definitely to right middle that's on. So Ashley Carty now looking to put something together here. Obviously, the best he can do now is a point. He lost his first match, so it's hard to see how he can win the group. But, of course, they play for places as well. And as we know, finishing in 4th spot is the one place you don't want to be, because there's no money or ranking points available.
Extremely right-eyed, Ashley Carty actually cues outside of his face, almost against his cheek. We'll keep you updated on that one. Now, though, Marco Fu, having won his first match very impressively against Zhu Yichen, has to win the last 3 frames to maintain that 100% record. I told you we'd keep you updated. Well, Ashley Carty has just left the black in the jaws of a top pocket, and Matthew Stevens has a glorious chance to wrap up a victory. Quite a few times in both matches that Maddox has played, the cue ball has just drifted on slightly more than he anticipated. Could he, though? Could he join Dean Young and Mark Joyce as a qualifying school top-up to make the second phase of this tournament? Of course he could.
The question is, Phil, we've only got a few days left, of course, of this first stage. Will we get a 3rd seed winning a group? Time's running out.
Yeah, it's not been the slot to be in, has it? Again, just when you think he's about to construct something meaningful, the man who works on a building site drops a brick.
Yeah, I certainly think for the amateur top-ups, a lot of them have been professionals before, played professional tournaments, but these tournament tables, they can catch them out. They are quicker. The whole setup is different to what you'd get in clubs.
Matthew Stevens continues to steam on. As Fu plays a cheeky double, knowing he couldn't really leave a lot. But if he has left the red that's closest to the black, that was an error of judgment, an error of shot selection. This time the double from Maddox goes wide. The guys don't play on these Rasson tables week in, week out. They're used for both versions of the Championship League and also for the Champion of Champions. And I think that's one of the reasons why the strike rate on doubles in the tournament has been quite low.
Well, the red's down the table, just complicating things here, keeping it a bit tight down this end. Yeah, it was an awkward shot that he was playing, and he didn't get the white to the cushion. Now, is this red on to the green pocket? Sorry, not the green pocket, the yellow pocket. Not sure. Well, looks like he's playing it. There's a big shot. The thing is, you can't be sure. You can try and leave the cue ball in a safe spot. You can't be sure where the actual ball you attempt will finish if you miss it. But in fact, there's another one that pots here to this left corner. Oh dear, he's overcut it.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Fu is the more potent scorer, and how he can exhibit that.
Yeah, in terms of most centuries in tournament play, he's actually 12th on the all-time list, 563 to his name.
One.
Yeah, he's won 3 ranking titles, been to the final of the UK Championship and the Masters, twice a semi-finalist at the Crucible. It's been a really good career, former world amateur champion as well, of course. And what a gentleman.
Yeah, and we saw the reaction when he made that 147 break in Hong Kong in the exhibition event. You know, you could see the genuine affection the audience had for him. Just really represented Hong Kong and himself so well over the years.
9.
I'll tell you a story about Marco Fu that underlines just how good a guy he is.
16.
Down at the Welsh Open many moons ago, he lost 5-4 to Alan McManus, went in off a re-spotted black after potting it. Now that would be devastating for most people, and maybe it was for him.
17.
But about half an hour after that happened, he and I shared a courtesy car back to our hotel, and he was just chatting away perfectly civilly. If that had been me, I'd have been sitting in the front row or the front seat, Dave, speaking to no one with my arms folded, thinking the world was against me. But he took it in stride. As I say, a real gentleman.
Even so, that'll annoy him. He's probably just honoured to be sharing a car with you, Phil. It probably cheered him up.
Brown ball.
Yeah, right.
Marco Fu.
Of course, he initiated the conversation because I was frightened to say anything. I just knew how hot most players would have been in that situation. But he was absolutely fine.
Yeah, you don't want to speak to players during matches. I saw Fergal once at the World Qualifying in Sheffield City Centre because it was in between sessions. Didn't know the score. And I made the mistake of just trying to say hello, as you do in a friendly way. And he sort of very perfunctory greeting, and that was that. I thought he must be banging trouble. Found out the score. He was 7-2 up. But he was in match mode, and nothing was going to shake him out of that. To be fair, Fergal, O'Brien, one of the more intense characters when he was playing. He may be here, actually, tomorrow because Aaron Hill's playing. Don't know whether Fergal... He was at the qualifiers with Aaron, so hopefully we'll see him.
Yeah, I'd love to. Always great to have a chat with the former British Open champion as Matthew Stevens completes a 3-0 win over Ashley Carty, so he moves to the top of the table at the halfway mark.
Meanwhile, Maddox pulls out the cross double. All he's going to get from it, but even so, just takes control of the table. Yeah, Matthew Stevens needed to win that, didn't he, after the earlier draw? So 4 points gives him every chance of still winning that group, depending on what happens later this afternoon. It looks like it's between him and Kawai Chung now.
Sean Maddox, 1.
It's a good roll-up from Maddox there. That's so easy to either under-hit or over-hit. Obviously, if you under-hit it, then you're banging trouble.
Well, last night in the closing match here on Table 1, it was a 3rd and 4th place playoff between Jordan Brown and Stuart Bingham. Bingham actually failed to roll up behind a baulk colour, and he said, that's the 5th time I've done that this season already.
Foul and a miss. Sean Maddox, 4.
He actually said that out there while he was playing the match. Big shot this, big rewards if he gets it. But with a raised bridge hand over the black, it was always missable.
So Fu finding things heavier going in this match than the one he just won against Zhe Chen. And plenty of causes for optimism for Sean Maddox here. This is another chance. He's only 6 behind.
Cannon on the pink held the cue ball for a choice of 2 reds. The only thing with that shot was it sort of stymied the pink. And when you're building breaks, you want as many colours available as possible.
Sean Maddox, 6.
How many simple reds is he going to miss?
That's the thing, isn't it? He's getting the chances, but you could see he was furious there.
1.
Well, not the split he wanted. Okay, there's a red
6.
that's available, but he has to bridge really horribly. At least he's not going to do anything with the cue ball to drop on the black. Yeah, but that was a missable pot.
Marco Fu, 6.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is they're both getting the chances, aren't they? It's a very stop-start, but Maddox will like what he sees as he returns to the table.
Well, what's happened with Maddox so far today, he's played 2 opponents who are well below their best. Well below their average.
1. Eight. Nine.
Well, he's missed easy ones than that. That was nicely controlled. But he's going to need the rest on the black. Which, let's be honest, didn't really threaten the pocket.
Sean Maddox, 9.
One of the quotes that repeats itself, all I want is a chance. Well, in several frames, Maddox is getting several chances. And more than likely, Fu is not going to keep missing. Well, theoretically, the red ball pot, but the cue ball didn't make the intended journey. All bits and pieces, Dave.
Well, it's a frustrating match for both, isn't it?
Marco
But
Fu.
of course, every frame in this format counts, whether it's one visit or whether it's a struggle. Marco Fu didn't struggle against Xie Yuchen.
Turned over the red. And that, let me tell you, with running side is an excellent pot, especially the way these pockets have been playing. So the table now at Fu's mercy.
Yeah, Maddox will be concerned, I'm sure. And frustrated after the chances he's already had in this frame.
9.
.21 in front,
16.
so not much more to do. Wow, and then he misses that. Well, doesn't that sum the frame up?
Marco Fu 16.
Just when we were sort of giving him the frame almost, he misses this.
Well, I'm sure that Sean Maddox shares our astonishment. What a frame this would be to win, or more pertinently, what a frame to lose. Fu, though, has not been made to pay. Well, in fairness to Fu, I can only assume that ball must have just tapered off a true course, because he almost missed an unmissable.
Well, he can maybe try and sort of get the pink and black in. I was going to say just maybe on the cushion, but that didn't kind of happen. But he's got the snooker, which was the main part of that. So 22 in front, but well, how is this frame going to end? Possibly with Maddox leaving the yellow on, I suppose. I think he can see a bit of it. But it's horrible cueing, so it's not nice, this.
Well, the green provided a potting guide there. But is the brown going to spoil the party? Yeah, has to swerve.
Foul.
What a frame. What a frame this is. Absurd.
Marco Fu 4.
Well, the bottom line is Fu just needs the green now, and it is potable to middle. But yeah, I mean, it's an extraordinary frame, really. Very low on quality, but high on incident. and not over. It was sort of 2 for 1 there. He was always going to have the snooker if you missed the pot.
Hit this, pot it, land perfectly on the brown. That's the way the frame's been going. Or maybe not.
Well, it's frame over. He needs a snooker. He's left the green.
Frame
What a
conceded.
funny old business that was. But anyway, the bottom line is Marco Fu has won the frame and he's levelled the match at 1-1 and still has the chance to get to 6 points by the end of this session. And that would put him in a very, very strong position. Remember, Sergio Wei only drew the top seed with Sean Maddox, so if Fu could get to 6 points, he really is the favourite later to win the group. He played the last match, of course, against Sergio Wei. So we're coming to the end of the first phase. Just worth talking about some of the names we're going to be seeing, though, the next couple of days, because they're big hitters. Tomorrow, Jack Lazowski, a great fan favourite, will be coming into the group on table 1. Liam Highfield is in there as well. Jack Bradford and Zhao Hanyang. And table 2, Luca Brissell, the 2023 world champion. He's in with Deng Hawei, Mitchell Mann, and of course Aaron Hill is actually the top seed. So that's tomorrow, but right now table 2, that's the position in the group. Matthew Stevens, a win and a draw, so he's on 4 points. Carl Wai Chung has only played 1 match, of course, he's on 3, he won that. George Pragner with the 1 point. Ashley Carty played 2, 0 points, so he's out of the picture in terms of winning the group, but it's already looking like the last match, Carl Wai Chung and Matthew Stevens, will be the decisive one. Of course, that'll be live later on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Yeah, so we finished the first stage on Thursday with Zhao Xingtong, the superstar from China, headlining on table 1. He's with Simon Blackwell, David Grace and Gao Yang. Table 2 on Thursday will be Zach Surety, Gong Chengzi, Matt Selt and Andrew Higginson.
Yeah, and then we'll go into the second phase. That will last 4 days. Friday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday next week, and then the finals day on Wednesday. The end, Dave, is almost in sight.
Yeah, and it'll be a big day next Wednesday. We have the 2 groups and the knockout final, best of 5. And of course, this is what they're playing for in terms of money. The eventual winner, 20,000, but that's plus another 13,000 that they've won along the way. Of course, you're guaranteed 4 to get to stage 2, and the money goes up and up. The runner-up 10,000, but that's also plus the money along the way. And it's important to point out, it's also, of course, ranking points as well. So early in the season, it's a chance to steal a march on some of the other players. Champion of Champions as well in the mix. So it's very early in the campaign, but also when we get to next Wednesday, it's going to be a big day for the 8 players who are left in the mix.
So maybe the experienced Fu, the old fighter, he knows exactly what to do. It wasn't the best of frames, even though he won it, and that's being kind. It was a very error-strewn affair, so he's left the arena to clear his mind, and now he'll come back maybe sharper.
Yeah, I think concentration was kind of all over the place there. But anyway, Sean Maddox still in this match, 1 each.
Just thinking, you know, Dave, it's been 28 years since Marco Fu reached his first world ranking final. The Grand Prix in 1998 at Preston. Lost out to Stephen Lee.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically his first tournament, wasn't it? So, you know, it was a sign of his great potential. And this was pre the China boom. There were really no Chinese professionals then. So I was saying to Alan earlier, you know, himself and James Watt and I, who maybe was starting to fade a little at that point, they were the candidates to become Asia's first world champion.
3.
Then it was Ding, but of course it's the man who'll be here on Thursday, Zhao Xingtong, now Wu Yize. Now then, there's Fu on this red. Body language, don't give much away, Marco, but the body language not good.
Well, I think he's very unhappy with that because the great calling card of Fu's game always has been cue ball control, and that control was lost.
You didn't hit it. Thank you, Marco. Foul.
Just owning up to the fact he didn't actually hit the red.
Sean Maddox full. Marco Fu.
So it's a very different performance to the first match from Fu, where he did very little wrong, but in this one it's just a battle.
Talking of performances, Fu insists his greatest ever performance was winning his first ranking title, 2007 Grand Prix in Aberdeen, beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final 9-6. He did play well that day.
Yeah, I mean, you'll hear people say, and I'm not a fan of it personally, so-and-so should have won more. There's only so many events. There's a finite number of events you can play in, and you're up against these great players. I mean, to win the 3 tournaments in finals, he had to beat O'Sullivan, Robertson and Higgins. That was to win them. You can imagine all the tournaments where he came up against players like that. So he's won what he's won. He's won more than most. Point is, if someone should have won more, someone else would have won less. It's just basic economics. Well, that red over the pocket has a little bit of stalemate about it. He could have done, but he's left a shot at it for Fu.
What a lapse. That said, though, with the cue ball and comfortably close to this side cushion, the black is no bargain. Neither is position afterwards. He's dropped in a nice spot.
8.
Well, especially with the plant available. I think he might have to make this one, but it's eminently doable.
9.
Fu was the architect of one of the great comebacks at the Crucible, but it's
15.
sort of forgotten because he didn't end up winning. 2006 semi-final, 15-9 down to Peter Ebden, got back to 16 all, but Ebden, with his renowned mental strength, won the decider.
16.
Again, the body language is pretty neutral. Can he get through to the red? Yes.
$24.
Well, now, would he take this blue on? Sizing up for it, I think.
Not a percentage play. Oh, what cueing. The sound of the ball at the back of the pocket. Music to
29.
everyone's ears apart from Sean Maddox.
Yeah, and he didn't build what was a big shot up into being one, did he? and then he misses the red. You can't make it up. Wow. That is one thing I didn't think would happen there, in missing the pot. Don't think he did either.
This match would have been perfect for the old BBC sports quiz. The old what happened next question of sport. You could say what happened next about 15 times here and no one would get the answer. Did well to arc the cue ball past all of the reds and avoid any collisions.
Seven.
For the past 14 days, Dave and I have been talking about the fact that if you're the second seed in one of these groups, you have the advantage of playing back-to-back matches. But maybe with Fu's eyes, playing back-to-back matches is not an advantage. I'm just trying to explain away some of the balls he's missed.
Well, it happened recently in one of the qualifiers, which he ended up losing to Anton Kazakov. There's no doubt as that match went on, and it wasn't a quick match, it was only best of 9, but it was quite slow going. As the match went on, he did start to struggle.
22. $23.
Doing well here. Doing very well indeed. Sticking with it. Very difficult as a top-level player to accept when you miss easy balls. Maddox has done that in this match on more than one occasion, on several occasions. But he's not allowed frustration to eat away at him. And of course that was the story of his first match earlier against Sergio Wei.
$39.
Now he's already potted a ball very similar to this, actually a little tougher than this.
Sean Maddox, 39.
Not this time though, at least he's blocked the pocket.
Story of the match for both players really, just not quite being as clinical as they would like. So the frame in the balance, 11 points, Maddox has the lead.
And when a black goes over a pocket like that, it can lead to a protracted defensive exchange. Worst case scenario, the reds congregate around the black, and then there's the environment for a re-rack. I think we're a million miles away from that yet. Now maybe 900,000 miles away from it.
Well, amazing that he felt was a plant, but he didn't make it. So let's see. One good pot from Maddox to middle, and they're all there for him. Fu seemed really convinced he could make that. There was no real safety element to the shot. But that initial pot hasn't gone in, and now Fu can reap the benefits.
No obstacle to doing so, none whatsoever. The one issue he does have to solve is the red that's blocking the yellow to its natural pocket. And if he's dead straight on the blue, that's a problem that's just been created. Wasn't dead straight, but couldn't do an awful lot to leave himself a short-range pot.
6. Seven.
That could not have dropped any better. Nicely on the blue with the correct angle. This you would think would be the key shot. Yeah, very neat. He's okay. He was ideally on the brown.
$17. $18.
The black over the pocket was ignored throughout this break, and rightly so, because of positional reasons.
22.
So Fu 11 ahead. That means yellow, green and brown will leave Maddox requiring a snooker.
Well, it's not been the fluent display from Fu that we saw in the last match, but he still has the chance, of course, to win this one. Puts this frame away now, and then takes the last as well.
27.
And regardless of the differential in performance, it will still be a very healthy position in the group. So that was effectively frame ball.
31.
Maddox now battling for a second draw. Feels like the big match for him now will be his last one with Yu Chen, because if he gets something out of that, then it seems he won't finish certainly in last place, and still second place is possible.
42.
So Marco Fu makes the 49 clearance to lead 2-1 with one frame left to play in this session, and if he wins it, he will have the perfect session. He'll be on 6 points from his first 2 matches.
This, by the way, is Group 6. So if he wins it, he goes into Group F, which is one of the groups next Monday, to take on Mark Joyce, Jack Jones and Chang Bingyu. I think we've got some really attractive groups in the second phase. Some of them already complete. Group H, Dean Young, Elliot Slesser, Zhu Jackson Page. Group D, Julian Boyko, Zhou Yulong, Scott Donaldson, Nopon Sankar. And Group C, Dylan Emery, Gary Wilson, Stephen Maguire and Stan Moody. That's attractive.
Yes, and also Group E, Chris Wakeley and Ali Carter, Dave Gilbert, Herguo Chang. So we know that most of the sort of top seeds have been getting through. So you always think with this event it's a chance for maybe a new winner. But in the last couple of years, it's not how it's panned out. We had Ali Carter a couple of years ago. Of course, Luca Brissell's won it. Last year, Stephen Maguire won it. So maybe when it comes down to the crunch, experience does count.
Yeah, the breakthrough man in this tournament was Dave Gilbert. And talking about the top seeds, we've had 26 completed groups, and what a strike rate for the top seeds. 18 of them have been successful.
Well, Marco Fu's second seed, but he's emerging as the favourite in this group, and of course he will have a break after this match. If his eyes are playing him up, he'll have a chance to just get out of the arena with the lights and everything for a few hours. Can he get to 6 points? This is the last frame of the session.
Here, Maddox needs to show the determination that enabled him to get a point against Sergio Wei. And of course, if he does lose this frame, Maddox, he would then be eliminated from contention for top spot. Ball not potted and already black tied up, pink tied up.
Foul. And a miss. Sean Maddox 4. Back, yeah.
Don't know why they're whispering, because there's no other matches on, but anyway, they've got it sorted out.
Foul. And a miss.
Ah,
Sean Maddox 4.
pretty easy decision, this, for Maddox, I would say. So the warning will come because, of course, he can see red's full. That if he doesn't hit one, it's frame and indeed match over because it would be 2-2. A whispered warning, Phil.
They must think that snooker's still going on the other table. They must think that. If it is, it's been a while since they struck a shot. Clean pot, but where's the cue ball? Pretty much the worst kiss he could have had. Yes, the blue is still available to the green bag. But a little thinner on the blue, or a little thicker, and it would have been a lot easier.
Blue ball.
Yeah, in keeping with his modus operandi in this group, displaying admirable patience.
Sean Maddox 1.
But after the patience came the less than telling safety. Surprising non-return to balk from Marco Fu.
Yeah, I think Marco Fu, we saw he got his concentration together for that little break in the last frame, but in general, I think it is wandering a bit now. The focus has gone.
One.
Yeah, that said, with all of the available colours in the bottom half of the table, the bottom quarter of the table, building something meaningful here will be tough.
Black ball.
Bridging, stretching, mindful of not fouling other reds. With all of those distractions, did well to pot that black. Very nice shot.
Eight. Nine.
Just when you thought things were going very badly against him, Maddox found a way to gain a draw against Sergio Way. Can he show that same fighting spirit in this frame?
14.
Punched up for the blue, correct side of it as well. But with pink and black out of the equation, there's lots of hard work.
$20. $21.
Quite content at the moment
26.
to continue to play up for the blue. Now, though, that's always the catch. Incorrect side of the blue, and not a great amount of angle to work with. I think he's just about got enough, mind you. Yeah, he could still hold on this red from mid-distance, but it's getting harder by the shot.
$33.
Well, the Everton fan using the blue, his favourite colour, to good effect here, but eventually you have to believe he's going to drop out of position entirely. I.e. now.
Yes, it was hard work, that break. So much mileage to be covered by the cue ball. But you've got a useful lead here, 47 points. Make that 48 points.
Yeah, who needs position? What a great pot that was. And the yellow is definitely a tempter. He'll take the yellow on if he can see any positional future. If he can't, rolling up behind a ball colour would seem to be a sensible option. What about the lengthy brown also?
Brown ball. Shaw Maddox, 39.
Maddox has put Fu in considerable trouble.
Well, a pretty masterful escape. So big moments in the wider group here, not just this match, but I'm sure Wai Chung keeping half an eye on things as well. Sorry, he's on he's on the other table. Well, he might be watching, but he's on the other table. Serge Away, I meant. Top seed, of course, who drew with Maddox.
Yeah, if this is a draw and then Serge Away wins his last 2 matches with 7 points, he will be the table topper. Because Serge Away's last match is against Fu.
Yeah, he'd love a draw, wouldn't he? I think that's for sure. But right now, it's just a bit of a standoff.
With a 48-point lead, the onus is on Maddox to end the tip tapping, and it's ended because it's touching ball.
Well, didn't play that well, needless to say. Caught the blue. Fu's had a look at a kind of plant shot to nothing here, I think.
And with his positional wizardry, the black could soon be in the open, and then the frame takes on a very different complexion.
Six. Seven.
Always going to be difficult to get the right side of the blue there. Gave it a real smack, that red.
Twelve.
Trying to keep the break going, succeeding, but it's all about getting the black into play. If that happens, then all of a sudden Maddox would be very concerned.
$18. $19.
What a lovely shot this is. Bounce a little.
23.
Oh, just where he didn't want the cue ball to be. Okay, he's got the angle to go back up for the blue or ball colours, but this pot in itself is Far from a gimme.
$24.
Striving so hard to make what would be a very unlikely but brilliant clearance.
$29.
Well, he's right back in the frame. Just 19 points in it. Little snooker behind the black coming up.
Marco Fu, 29.
Been this sort of match, really. It's been hard fought, close. And we're coming down now to the last two reds and the colours. Sean Maddox snookered on everything.
And being snookered on everything might be the case after this. Oh, he's missed his chance. Fu has missed his chance. Tried to stun the cue ball right in behind the pink. And the white went past the pink. Throughout the course of a day in these groups, we have normally a little over 20 frames played, and there's always one or two of them that are of real importance. You can sense it. That's the case with this one. Well, Fu failed to get behind the pink, but he's not failed to get behind the black. What a cracker.
Turning the screw once again, and real danger here. These two reds eminently potable. If he leaves a chance for Sean Maddox.
Foul and a miss. Marco Fu, 6.
That narrows the gap to 13. Andrew Barklam, referee, to put them back. Well, the left-hand red is surely potable to the yellow, to the green pocket. But there's been a lot missed in this match. It's not been the most fluent, flowing contest. Dispatched with great authority, though, that red.
So the blue would reduce the gap to 7 points. Fu working out whether he will need the only awkward ball on the table, the only truly awkward ball, which is the pink. So if he pots the blue off the last red, he'd be one behind. That means yellow, green, brown and blue would leave him 13 in front with 13 on. So at the very least with that, he wouldn't have to think about position on the black.
7.
Well, I'm astounded by that. I thought the cue ball was going to come to rest a little short of where it did, but it stopped just in the nick of time. Fu hits the front, one in front.
Yes, it's all about blue to pink now, isn't it? As you say. But assuming he pots brown and blue, of course Maddox can only tie. Just looking at where he wants to leave himself with the blue.
$21.
This could be a massive blow for Maddox, a massive blow for the other two players in the group, if Fu can knock in the next two balls.
$26.
Well, he's potted the blue, so he is 13 in front, 13 on. This could yet be a respotted black finish.
Marco Fu, 26.
Nothing fancy about the Fu safety, just functional. Forgot the basic tenet of safety there, Marco. Always get the object ball safe. It was a good cue ball, but the pink is adjacent to a pocket. Are we going to have a dramatic finish to a match that David said earlier, full of incident?
$6.
The black, and the black comes back up for a respot. What a moment in the group. Not just this match, but Maddox first of all has got to pot this. Yeah, nicely done. So,
13.
points are tied. The black comes back on. Squeezing every drop of drama out of this one, these two. And if Maddox can pot this respot, of course, he can still get to 5 points himself, because you've got one more match to play.
Yeah, this is highly consequential for all four players in the group.
So Andrew Barklam looking for his coin to conduct the toss, of course. There we go.
It is a head, your choice.
Sean Maddox wins the toss and puts Marco Fu into bat. That's the standard shot these days, side to side. I say these days, it's been that for a long time actually.
Well, it's cuttable, and of course there's a safety element to the shot as well if he takes on the black. Trouble is with these tight pockets, the black could easily trap in them and stay over the pocket. Didn't fancy it in the slightest. Yeah, that works just fine. Jimmy Robertson and Martin O'Donnell played a respotted black in an earlier group about a week ago that lasted almost 15 minutes. And it wasn't because they were missing, it was because the safety was so good. Like that. Purely containment, but now Fu has the chance to gain the initiative.
Ooh, cue ball. Wow. I thought that was in. That would have been end of match. As it is, he's left a pretty nasty shot for Sean Maddox.
I was watching the black to see when it was going to finish up, and then, wow. Game of fractions, Dave.
Yeah.
The whole day could revolve around one ball. Can Fu produce a vintage piece of cueing and slam it in?
Well, it's not been the performance of his first match, but it'll be another 3 points if he does. Brilliant from Marco Fu. So it was hard fought, and Sean Maddox maybe a little unlucky not to get more out of that one. Of course, he did draw the first match, but it is Marco Fu who ends the afternoon with back-to-back wins. 3-0 over Zhe Yishen, 3-1 over Sean Maddox. So he sitting handsomely at the top of the league table at the halfway stage on 6 points. And of course, he will play the last match later against Sergio Wei, who needs to get something out of his next match before that, because of course he drew, as you can see, with Maddox. Table 2, Matthew Stevens on 4 points there, a draw and a win. Ka Wai Chung, the top seed, has played just one match and he won it against Ashley Carty, so they're going to play last, and that's looking like the group decider there. To come, Sergio Wei, a big first match at 4:30 because he needs to go into the last one with Marco Fu, of course, still able to win this group, and to do that he's going to have to win that match. We'll follow all the twists and turns in about an hour's time. 4:30 local time. We'll have 2 more group winners for you, so we hope to have your company a little later on.
A very good afternoon from the English city of Leicester. This is day 14 of the first world ranking event of the brand new snooker season, and we've arrived at the midpoint of two groups in the tournament's first phase. By the end of this session, two more players will have taken their place in the last 32. Welcome back to the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. Absolutely magnificent shot.
So where does it all stand? Well, over on table 2, a former Masters and UK champion, Matthew Stevens, tops the group at halfway. The Welshman with a 2-2 draw against George Pragnell, then an impressive 3-0 victory over Ashley Carty, is unbeaten on 4 points, but having prevailed in his solitary match so far, Hong Kong's Ka-Wei Chung is also a candidate to top the table. Don't forget, every ball potted on table 2 is available to watch on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on table 1, a veteran finds himself in pole position. That's Hong Kong's Marco Fu, who beat Zhu Yichen 3-0 with a century break included, before dramatically completing his 3-1 win over Sean Maddox by pounding in a re-spotted black in the closing frame. Mind you, Sergio Wei could yet deny Fu progress, and it's the group's top seed who faces Zhu Yichen in our next contest. Okay then, without further ado, let's get those balls rolling, and let's reintroduce you to Alan Taylor.
Thanks very much, Phil. I say the conclusion of this match can definitely settle the group one way or another. Really looking forward to seeing how Si Jiahui plays in this match after his opener this morning. I think that's an indication of how he's feeling. Must have had some good lunch there, Phil.
Well, I think before he had his lunch, he went straight to the practice table, and that's the first fruit of his labours.
Yeah, terrific strike. It's more what we're used to seeing from Si.
8.
And what we did see of Yichen before against Marco was nice. He made a nice little contribution before
9.
breaking down, and Marco's finished the frame off in his second visit. So he finds himself in decent form himself. It's just that he was up against a strong opponent in his first game.
So basically, these are the scenarios. If Sergio Wei and Zhu Yichen draw, then Marco Fu has won the group with a match to spare, much like Mark Joyce yesterday. If Sir wins, then he goes into his last match against Marco Fu, knowing a victory there would see him top the group.
$24.
And of course, a win for Zhu over Si, well, that would also eliminate the world number 16.
25.
But he looks a different player from the one we saw this morning.
Yeah, he looks in good stroke straight away. He'll know he needs a win.
32.
Time to step it up.
$33.
Be a good time to step it up with a all red and black clearance, wouldn't it, Phil?
40.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, back in the day down at the Welsh Open, Ronnie O'Sullivan made a 147, and the Welsh commentator down there, when the final black went in, he just said, yes. Well, here you could say, see. And the people in Spade would know exactly what you meant.
.48.
That choke was very World Cup orientated, Phil.
.49.
Yeah, I can't recall the last time someone made such a start to a match as this in a Championship League contest. Just straight in with a superb red, straight on the black. And now we're talking maximums.
56.
Yeah, whether he makes the break or not, Phil, such a contrast to how he won the opening 2 frames in his first game against Sean Maddox. I think regardless of making the magical 147, he might be thinking of the highest break that Marco's made in his opening game.
Yeah, 106 is the target.
.64. .65. .72.
First things first, win the frame. That's the overriding priority. And that means, maybe I'm going to sound like a party pooper here, but don't play the big shot. Don't play the shot for the black. Although it looks as though he is. Absolutely right to do so.
73.
Yeah, it's a great shot, that. I mean, like you say, Phil, he wants to win the frame first and foremost, but he obviously feels in good stroke, great control. He's back in prime position now. I'm just wondering whether that red just below the pink, if he's high on it, can run through, brush off the other 2. He's just had a little look. You want a nice angle on the black to get back for that red. See how he feels. If you can get on it, you might play a cannon. If you can sneak past them 2, cannon the one we were talking about below the pink, he'll open them right up, give himself a great chance here. Oh, he's very unlucky there.
88.
Very, very thin cut here, or a potential double on the other side, but he's gearing himself up. He was up quick there, wasn't
89.
he, Phil? He was up quick, but what a shot he's played there.
Wow, the action he had on the cue ball was incredible. This is on, you know.
He used every ounce of his body movement there. He swung the hips into that one.
.97.
Well, they call him the Pearl. This would be a pearler if he were to make it, to start the session off.
That's a nice little bonus. The red passes the pink.
104.
Just nice angle now on the black to get close to that last red. Just give yourself a shot on it.
105.
Played beautiful. He's got options now. See how he's feeling. He's looking at the double. Does he pass the green? Up or down the cushion? Knock it out. He's gone to knock it out. Oh, he's just about got it. Fancy him for this, Phil.
112.
Hand on the bed. Run it through. Might even choose to stun it off one. Leave yourself the high black. What a shot there.
And what a break from someone who struggled mightily in his first match. Talk about a transformation.
It's the high break secured. Could be the highest break secured in 6 colours time, Phil.
120. $122.
Fast approaching 250 50 147s in tournament play on the pro circuit, and yet every time someone's on one, there's a great sense of anticipation.
$129.
Well, if these go in, good luck to anyone trying to beat this highest break in this group, Phil, but what a fantastic break this has been. From the opening red, he just looked a total different player.
134.
Just 2 pots away from the perfect start to this match.
$140.
Simply outstanding. Exceptional, in fact. Who says these pockets are tight? Talk about making a perfect break look so easy. A number of shots in that break were simply magical. I think the red to middle was the best for me when he held for the black, but every one of them top notch. And let's not forget how he got in there with that red from distance straight away in 15 reds, 15 blacks, all the colours. And a 147 recorded by Sir Jalway to take a 1-0 lead. That, by the way, is the 243rd 147 in professional competition and the second of the season after Michael Holt in the China Open qualifiers last month. Well, a little overshadowed inevitably on table 2. Kawei Chung looks as though he's in trouble in the first frame against George Pragnell. Pragnell fighting back from 2-0 down to gain a 2-all draw with Matthew Stevens earlier. Just thinking, you know, Sir Jalway, he made the 206th 147 in October 2024 in a memorable match in the Wuhan Open against Judd Trump. Now he's made the 243rd, so that's 37 maximums in 21 months.
It's just phenomenal standard. You know, it's vastly spoken about of what's the most difficult 9-hole. that's very difficult. The 9-darter, sorry. Hole in one and a 147. But I mean, listen, I'm not going to get involved in that argument because the other 2 sports, I've got absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Well, look, 9-darters, phenomenally skillful. 147s, off the chart skillful. But the hole in one should never be in the debate because you can be lucky and get a hole in one. Alan, I've done it twice. I've had a hole in one twice and both shots were very, very fortunate. So There's no way you can luck out on a 147, but you can on a hole-in-one.
You've only got 2 more to go for the Triple Crown, Phil.
Listen, I'll swap both of my hole-in-ones for a 147, but it ain't going to happen. So after spending the opening frame just sitting and admiring, what can Sergio Wei's opponent do?
Six. Seven.
A few years ago, Barry Hearn offered a £1 million
14.
prize pot if a total of 20 147s were made
50.
in a season. And basically, he was laughed out of court. That will never happen, they said. Well, it happened, and then some last season, and it could happen again this season.
22.
Yeah, to only be the second event,
23.
third event, sorry, with the 2 sets of qualifiers there not long back, and I already have 2 maximum breaks on the cards. I think he'll be glad that that check's been ripped up and put in the bin.
$30.
Just didn't quite get through the pack enough there. Chen just wanted an extra spin on the cue ball and push that red to the left of the cue ball out the way. Up in the air. Need a step ladder for that one.
30.
Well, Zhu Chen will be hoping that Sergio Wei doesn't play as well in this match as he did the last time he made a 147 in a ranking event at the Wuhan Open. It was the semi-final. He beat Judd Trump 6-2. Apart from the maximum, he had a break of 144, another of 108, and then 81, 71 and 61. Take that.
Yeah, fantastic, but he'll do well to do that in 4 frames, Phil. That's his only hope anyway.
Well, he cued that one nicely, even though he missed it. Very close. On a slightly more generous pocket, that would have been accepted.
They were big in the opening frame.
Now, I don't want to build Sergio Wei up here, but the red to the yellow bag, if he decides to take it on, he's really well equipped to pop that kind of shot because of his arrow straight cue action. But of course, it is a very risky one. And regardless of the 147, he's still in a tight spot in this group. So maybe just display some caution.
Yeah, it's the old cliche, isn't it? That maximum only wins you one frame, but he'll need another two, really. A 3-0 win would probably be what he'd be hoping for, to have a sniff in the group come the end of the day. The high break is tied up well and truly. I mean, if anybody else matches that in the group, then you can have it. But a mistake by Zhu. And going off first frame form, this is an absolute golden chance to go 2-0 ahead here, even though he's 30 points behind. A safe red up on the right-hand side cushion by the balk line. Just a series of little stun screws. He'll be right back in this with a chance to go even further.
Never fails to amaze me just how different the same player
6,
can perform in two different matches.
7.
You can hit the heights and then slump, or you can have a nightmare and then next time out play brilliantly. And that's how it seems at the moment for Serge Aouet. And it looks as though he might well set up this enticing head-to-head against Marco Fu later.
11.
Yeah, if the form continues, it'd be a great outro to this group if that match had any significance on it with regards of who's going to win overall. Marco showed fine form in his first game.
16.
Dramatic respot black to win his second. All Serge Aouet can do is just keep potting balls.
17. $22. $23. $25. $26.
Just had a little look there whether the pink would respot after he pots it. We'll soon find out after this goes in. Now comes the ball marker.
$32. $33.
And although they're there for the taking, you've still got to take them. And he's doing that in a similar manner to the first frame. Like you say, Phil, total different player from match one.
39.
The black to move 16 points to the good. So if he takes the 2 open reds with the highest value colours available, he'll still need the awkward one. Not the requisite
46.
deep screw in reverse side on the cue ball there. Didn't widen the angle off the side cushion.
Just check the scoreboard there, whether he needs that red off the other side cushion. I think in all honesty, the way he struck that, he wanted to pot that and potentially
46.
knock the other red out, which I think was a bit flamboyant considering it was probably played with a slice of frustration. But in the same respect as Si Jiahui has improved from his first match, Yi Chen looks like he's struggling. But wouldn't you if you just had a maximum break done against you, knowing that your opponent's in full flow and he's getting the flicks as well?
That was well done, though. Cue ball in behind black. Serge Aouar, yes, he's a maximum man. But he wants to be careful. He has to win this match. And of course, if he were to drop this frame, Serge Aouar, there would be no more wiggle room. He'd have to win the last 2. And where the balls are, even though he's not played well so far, Zhu Yichen, more than capable of dishing up and equalising. Only one go, that makes the table harder.
What a pot that was. Half played as a shot to nothing, but he has got the pink over this bottom corner. Still needs good cueing. And we've seen a lot of that, haven't we? How's that not dropped?
Well, if that doesn't illustrate just how tight these pockets are, nothing will. That was incredible. And that wasn't too shabby either.
Six.
Yeah, just stop the blue dead there. lean over, knock the red in, pink over the hole. Should be 2-0. Not sure why he's played it so hard, but if he does some calculations, I think he'll be doing the walk around the other end of the table and dropping the pink in. There he goes.
Yeah, because if he knocks in the blue, which is obviously missable in itself, he'd be 27 in front, so therefore needing the yellow. Whereas if he knocks in the pink, which is an absolute guarantee, unmissable, Zhu Yuchen now needs a snooker.
$13.
They can't all be perfect frames, can they, Phil? But they all mean the same. And he's one step close if this yellow drops, especially, which it hasn't.
So shall we? 30.
If Yuchen doesn't get the snooker and he does go the 2-0 up, 2-0 with a maximum break, he couldn't have asked for more. As that black's been pushed closer to the bottom rail, it'll probably be a lot more difficult now to lay snookers behind it. There is a gap there, but I think the margins are so much smaller now that Yuchen's got his work cut out. As I said many times before, you're not just laying one snooker and getting a result straight away. These boys are so good at getting out of them nowadays that you're going to have to lay a handful to give yourself the chance of nicking 4 points.
Yuchen, 2.
Yeah, I often think snooker commentary terminology needs to change. We say he needs a snooker or 2 snookers. We should say he needs 1 or 2 successful snookers, because it's a big difference. Well, that's one way to lay one. Wow, and this definitely is missable. Okay, it's a one cushion escape, but lots of cloth to go over.
And if he goes half ball either side at pace, well, if he clipped that green a little bit thin, it was going to go towards the yellow hole, but he chose the pace quite well. The difference of the black not being on the spot is humongous. Like, you've got to calculate different routes to get a snooker, because sometimes it's like put the cue ball down behind the black spot and realise the black's not there. He's played a good one though.
Jumped up there as though he'd made some kind of misjudgment, and he caught it pretty much full ball, giving his opponent false hope.
Mind games, Phil. That should be it now. Only just.
3.
So 29 the difference now, 22 on. Couple of snookers needed.
$7.
This is a radically better version of Sergio Wei than the one we saw in the first match.
$12. So shall we? 12 and
The pink not going in did not matter. Sergio Wei needed to win this match, And he's 2/3 of the way to his goal. He leads by 2 frames to 0. Now, over on table 2, what a start it was to the contest between Kai Chung and George Pragnell. Pragnell made a break of 60 in the first frame, but it wasn't enough. Kai Chung cleared up with 55 to win it on the black by a single point. And as you can see, 2-0 is beckoning. By the way, I've got a great stat about 147s on the Pro Tour to give you at the start of the next frame on table 1. It could be a Hong Kong double celebration today. You know, Kai Chung and Marco Fu could both win their respective groups. I was about to say this is frame ball, but he's not quite on the red to middle.
Kawai-Chen, 37.
Okay, back to table 1, where if you're just joining us, I'm afraid you've missed a moment of magic in the first frame. Sergio Wei knocked in a beautiful red from distance, dropped on the black, and lo and behold, made a 147. It was a superb break. So the stat I'm going to give you is this, Alan. In the 1980s, snooker's popularity was off the charts in the UK. It was the game's great boom era. So in that decade, in professional competition, a total of 8 147s were made. In the 2020s, the current decade, 87 147s have been made.
Buckets.
Now, obviously, a lot more tournaments these days, a lot more matches, a lot more opportunities to make maximums, but what a comparison that is.
Yeah, listen, I haven't got a leg to stand on. I was born in '84. I can't comment on the standard, but like we said earlier on in the day that the you know, the strength and depth on the tour now is phenomenal. And these, and you know, I've seen in the last 10 or 12 years myself playing on the circuit that the conditions have improved vastly. You know, we've got I know the table fitters do get a bit of a ribbon every now and again, but the conditions, you know, we're spoilt rotten basically. You know, I know there's still complaints and it's not perfect, but you know, I've never tried to put a snooker table together or a cloth on, so I'm not going to tell them how to do their job.
I think another reason why we're seeing so many 147s is that the mystique about them is going because so many people do it now.
Yeah, it's almost expected, isn't it? You know, someone goes long red, lands on the black, and there's a few cherries poking out. Everyone gets excited and expects it from, man, that's just, I suppose, the standard that these boys have created, that everyone knows they're capable.
1.
Yeah, last season Ronnie O'Sullivan made 2 in the same match. And then to sort of top it off later in the year, made a 153 with a free ball included. Yeah,
fantastic achievements, and in all honesty, I was glad he made them too, because the last one he made, his 15th, was against me. So I hated to be reminded of that passed it on to poor Chris Wakeling.
Now, though, from the glamour to the job of winning the match.
3. 4.
Nice pot. I say the way he's striking the ball in this match is a far cry from when he took on a red in his previous game and overhit it by a far margin. We were almost questioning why he hit it so hard, but he's just trying to find something, and he's definitely found it.
Yeah, found it where you normally find it, on the practice table. So do you think I was right, Alan, in pinpointing that red to middle as the shot of the break there for the 147? Because it didn't look as though he could hold on the black. It was such an acute angle, such a thin pot. And yet he loaded up with bottom and check side, and he held on the black in the end quite easily. It was a phenomenal shot.
Yeah, he threw his entire body at it. I actually thought he was going to play the double on the other red, close to the cushion on the left-hand side, just to try and get rid of it. There's another example of getting right underneath the cue ball there. Yeah, it was a great shot. I mean, I think there's many 147s that you can always pick a certain shot out, whether it is the first red that he's absolutely creamed in to land on the black.
14.
We'll be looking for this parallel angle now on the black, just to stun up into the pack, leave himself onto the red that's next to the cue ball at the minute. Get a few more pushed out into the open.
.22.
Doesn't seem happy with it. Red looks quite acute into the middle. Whether he can get past the yellow for the one over the corner, I'm not sure. Only he'll know, I suppose, but I was just thinking whether he might have gone in just slightly slower or less screw. Guarantee himself a shot on that red he's closest to with his bridge hand. He's negotiated that well, and if the yellow passes the red, he's still in a great position. 2-0 up, 23 up and at the table.
The 147 stats keep on rolling. That was the 10th of the calendar year, and we're just over halfway through 2026. And another little bit of information. The last 11 147s, 7 of them have been compiled by Chinese players.
That doesn't surprise me. You can notice very profoundly that they work on the techniques and centre ball striking, and a lot of the Chinese players on the tour are piston straight with the technique. It just helps, you know, them pressure pots.
26.
This one's going to take some cueing.
Let me tell you, the Kawai Chung has taken a 2-0
28.
lead over George Pragnell. And he might well be going 3-0.
$29. $35.
This has been really well crafted so far from, well, I'm not even going to say a half chance, a quarter chance when he came to the table.
36.
Yeah, it's all one-way traffic at the minute. Like I was saying, the expectations before, Phil, it's kind of what you do expect from someone like Si Jiahui. And them styles
43.
of shots, he's just getting through a little bit better. He's still not happy. Wants it to be a little bit straighter to stay on the black. He might leave himself a high black or back up for ball colour. Wow. He's not hit that exactly how he wanted to, but he's absolutely perfect now to go into the bunch. I think he's took a slight glance off that bottom of the pack, Phil.
51.
Played that one quick.
Yeah, he was desperate to remain at the table, but at least he incorporated a degree of caution in that double. Well, that was almost an extraordinary pot again, and I'm really sorry for repeating myself. These pockets are brutal. So even more kudos for making the 147, I suppose.
Five.
The plant was never anywhere else, and now the winning line is in clear focus. Could have almost simultaneous results here, because over on table 2, Kawai Chung still potting balls, but he will beat George Pragnell 3-0.
Nine. Ten. Foul. So Zhao Yi 10. Xu Yichen 4.
Oh, what a time to foul. I think it's too late, though. .57 in front. 51 on. 2 snookers needed. Surely it's going to be 3-0. It is 3-0 for Kawei Chung. He won that first frame on the black by a single point with a 55 clearance. He won the second frame easily, the third frame with a break of 111. So Group 26 is all about the final match over on Table 2. Matthew Stevens has to win it to win the group. A victory for Kawei Chung or a draw will be enough. And this one's over.
So Zhao Wei.
The maximum man, Sir Zhao Wei, potted some wonderful balls in that contest. He's a 3-0 winner. And now he's on 4 points. It all depends how he does against Marco Fu in the last match, whether he's going to win the group or not. He has to win the match, and then he will be going into the second phase. But at least he's got a good memory of today. A 1-4-7. Next up on Table 1, Zhu Yichen remains out there to take on Sean Maddox. They're playing for the minor places.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So swift victory for Serge Aouet, and he's right back in contention in this group. It's going to come down to the last match with Marco Fu, and Serge Aouet will need to win that. Fu can draw it, and he will top the group. So it's going to be between those two, because they play last up. But next for us, well, this is an important match as well in terms of the places. Sir Yushen's not won a frame yet, so he's going to have to win this match against Sean Maddox. If Maddox gets a draw, he will finish third and, of course, get prize money guaranteed.
First frame, switching to break.
It's got to be said, though, he's come up against two players today who've really turned it on against him, Marco Fu and then Serge Aouet, but that's not a great start, catching the blue full in the face.
Yeah, I think Yuchen, he had a small contribution during the Marco Fu game, and he did look good. He just, I think that was his only chance. That was his problem.
One.
There's nothing you can do sitting in your seat and watching someone knock a long red in and 15 reds and blacks. You're not going to get your arm warm sitting there. But let's not forget that before that, 147, Marco Fu had a 106, and before that, Sean Maddox had a 96. So he is still in decent stroke himself. It'd be nice to see another couple of frames in that manner. I say, just to confirm the bottom section of this group. It's not nice finishing fourth, Dave, I'll be honest with you. I've done it once or twice, and you feel like you've travelled all this way and tried hard and played hard and come out potless.
Yeah, they're long days, aren't they, to get nothing, but I think, I mean, for the players it's tough, but for the event, I think actually it is a good thing, because it means no one sort of switches off. Okay, we can't win the group, but there's definitely something to play for. It's not just a grand difference, it's a grand or nothing, and that is a big difference.
Yeah, of course. And as I say, you know, everybody's as equal when you come to pound notes. We've all got bills, we've all got things to pay for, and like you say, it was a opportunity for Sean to get a call up into the Championship League, and you know, if he'd be playing on the amateur tour this season, that money will go towards a few tournaments.
Well, the reaction suggests he's not on a red here to left corner.
19.
Disappointing then, but just has to accept it.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Sean quite well and
19.
practiced with him a lot over the years, I think there's one thing that he does consistently is wear his heart on his sleeve. And I just think if he can try and mask that a little bit and just still play the next shot. I mean, he's played a good safety, but he's also told his opponents he wasn't happy about it. Easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, everyone's different, aren't they? And we see, I mean, Marco Fu earlier we saw gives very little away, but there's other players, as we know, and we could name a few who very much do. So you're on several lists, Alan, in terms of the maximums. You're now on one. You commentated on one. What was that experience like? It was a great break, wasn't it?
Fantastic, yeah. You know, the one list I'm searching for, Dave, is actually making one myself.
Yeah.
He knew that was coming. But, yeah, fantastic break. I mean, Phil picked out the shot, the thin drag, cut, slow, screwed, hold off 2 cushions, and, yeah, fantastic. But I say, you just rewind the tape back to the first red, and it was a stereotypical opener from Si Jiahui. A fantastic break, and what a difference from this morning's match against Sean it was. 2 scrappy opening frames and kind of nicking the draw. But what I'd be doing is I'd be having me lunch for breakfast tomorrow, that's for sure.
Well, it's the beauty of the format, really, because you get the 3 matches, so there is a chance to improve on the first performance. He certainly did that. We'll see him later against Fu, of course, in the group decider. Wasn't sure, was he? It was a good effort, that. Stayed right down to see if it would just drop. Get so many frames like this where there's a ball near a pocket or balls have gone into a sort of bulk area. It just becomes a bit of a standoff. Obviously in a bit of a hurry, the way he played that shot.
Yeah, I think he was trying to strike the cue ball before he slipped. A bit of a stretch. Has he left a gap? Maybe a touch of swerve. Or is he playing the screw off the pack? He's gone for the pot. I think he has left a gap by his body language. Soon find out.
Hold on. At this stage of the day, you'd take anything.
Feels hard done by. He's not on the blue.
Well, he's not won a frame yet today, so this is clearly his main aim. Now then, if the brown doesn't go there, it looks like the blue spot, which is not going to do him any favours unless the pink spot's free. No.
5.
So it's still a stretch, this. Oh.
Switch in 5.
That corner pocket is playing so tight today. Like normally you're getting a touch of slide from the cushion cloth there, and that would wobble and drop, but no joy today, I'm afraid.
1.
I think he'd want that one again. He's on the black clearly, but touch more pace, a little bit closer, hand on the bed. But if he can negotiate this black, not decide to play a slight stunt, strike the cue ball a little bit more positive. I play a cannon on that red to the right of the pack. He's gone in. If this red passes through the middle, it's now a great chance. 22 points to the good.
Yeah, so just trying to keep things straightforward here. Yeah, that 96, I mean, it could easily have been a century. Missed the brown, actually, so just that one ball needed, but it was a nice break in that first match. But broke down very quickly there.
Sean Maddox 9.
Ashley Carty and George Pragnell underway on table 2, and it's Pragnell there who needs a draw to finish third. He has drawn one match. Carty's lost both his matches. Matthew Stevens and Ka Wai Chung will face off later to decide who wins the group. And Stevens there needs a win.
One. Seven. 8.
So Chen, of course, of the two, is on tour, so he is playing for ranking points as well. Second year of his card. He's going to need some performance this season to stay on top 64 at the end of the campaign, or top 4 on the one-year list players not in the 64. So it's very cutthroat, and there's some well-known players in danger, including someone we'll see tomorrow, Luca Brissell, who on the very provisional end-of-season list, and it is provisional because there's a long way to go yet, but he's actually on that bubble to be relegated.
One.
Well, it's been a frame of mistakes so far, a lot of chances.
21.
Another mistake there, another miss.
One. Six. 7.
he takes this pink, the 2 open reds with pinks, he'll still need one of the 2 reds at the top of the table. The way the frame's gone, he's kind of not looking that far ahead. He's just wants to be in that position where
13.
he gets this red in colour. It'd be ideal if he was just almost straight on the red next to the pink into the corner.
14.
Use the pink then to stun up and get the red off the side cushion. If you miss it, you've got a backup plan in the balk area. Just 2 straight on the blue. Could still trickle through here now and leave himself the angle he needs
19.
off the pink, but the way this frame's gone, it's not a guarantee into these middle pockets. But safely in. Angle obtained. Just need a clean pot now. So you've got 2 chances to develop the red or land on the one on the ball cushion. That's a nice shot. You've got to check the scoreboard now, Sean, because 28 ahead. Red and black looks obvious, but if you don't do your calculations right, you could be putting yourself in danger of playing for yellow or green just to get the red in. And you'll still need that last red.
Sean Maddox 26.
Well, he would have been on the black, but didn't pot the red, so it's been kind of the story of the frame.
Long rest.
28 points in it.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed with that. I mean, he's literally 2 pots away from putting Yu-Chen in snooker's required mode. He's just prolonging the agony here for both players, in all fairness. It's a tentative opening red. I don't know
1.
if he's on the green. Does the black pass? We play the yellow. Yeah, nice pot. I said early on in the day, Dave, that I've seen Yu-Chen kind of banging a lot of long balls in, and you know, dangerous potter that he is. And he's potted probably a high percentage of them shots down the cushion and cued them ever so sweetly. He's kind of going against the grain, but it's working on them style of pots anyway.
8.
So 6 colours to win this first frame, but there's been
10.
so many unexpected mistakes in the frame. You can't just give him these yet. Obviously the ball's not quite on the right spots either.
13. 17. 22.
22 checking there whether he's landed too straight on this pink. Thought he could try and force an angle, but he's guaranteed himself a shot at the black.
To win his first frame of the whole day. Yeah, nicely done. Sean Maddox disappointed to miss the penultimate red with the rest. So Yu Chen with his first frame win of the day. Remember, he needs to win the match to finish in third position. Sean Maddox needs to get a draw. So from here, they both need 2 more frames. George Pragnell has, as you can see, won the opening frame against Ashley Carty. This is similar in this group. We know that Matthew Stevens and Kawai Chung will be the decider. It's Chung who needs the draw there. Stevens needs to win. Pragnell's got a draw and a defeat. Carty 2 defeats. So Pragnell needs this frame, 1 more frame anyway in the match, to get third spot. He had a 71 break in the first frame. And a really important draw actually against Matthew Stevens. He was 2-0 down. It looked like 3-0. He stole a frame on the black and then won the 4th. And that has made a difference, not just to him, but of course to Matthew Stevens as well. That's why he's got to win the last match to win this group. And that'll be, of course, following in due course. Back to table 1 we go. Sean Maddox looking to get over the disappointment of what happened there in frame 1. The hand of doom there. That tells you obviously that he's not left the red.
Yeah, Sean's eyebrows probably hit the roof there, but kind of goes that way when you've missed a golden opportunity to seal a frame and you miss a red. Whether he's stuck it up or not, it's the manner of how the balls kind of, they don't forget. It was definitely a thin one, Dave. Too thin.
It's tells the unexpected a little bit in this match, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Sean's got to wipe that disappointment off straight away. He's had a golden opportunity to win the frame. He's just missed the red, expects the worst. And left a red over the corner. Negotiated well, but after what's happened, this is potentially a little bit smelly, this black. Stick everything into the pot. Yeah, well done. Another red to follow, and take him a couple of pots now, I think, just to simmer down and get back into full stroke.
Nine.
I've got a niche stat for you about the maximum, Alan, which I'm sure you can't wait for. July is the rarest month for maximums because, of course, traditionally, you know, going back, there wasn't much snooker. It's only the 5th July maximum. So, you know, you've been part of history, really.
I tell you what, Dave, I'm ready for me bed now. I can sleep tonight.
The first
17.
July maximum was 2012, Stuart Bingham. So, you know, it's obviously snooker is associated with the sort of winter months, really. Apropos nothing, but Joe O'Connor, he's in the
21.
maximum history books for a very specific reason. He made one on the 29th of February in a leap year.
Well, I never. When was that, Dave? Do you know?
22.
Well, I think it was 2024, so a couple of years ago. It was in this invitation version of this. So if you're everyone who wants to be a millionaire, phone a friend. You know, you know where to come.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely be ringing you.
I'm slightly surprised we've only had 2 this season, actually, because Michael Holt in the qualifying, but we've been saying it all along, you know, these pockets of testing. But, of course, we had 24 last season. Time will tell whether that was just a sort of freak year or whether that's the new normal, because the previous record was 15 for a
27.
season. So it was absolutely smashed last year. It may become self-fulfilling, you know, the more players make them, the more they want to make them, I suppose. But there's more opportunities to do so as well now, all the qualifiers and the main tour events as well.
$35.
And I wonder what mood Sean's in, whether he's going to go into the bunch or play for that loose red. In he goes, and he's landed.
42. $43.
He's played well in patches today, Sean, and I think what I've noticed over the course of his couple of matches is when he's striking the ball more positively, he's getting the better results. I'm saying that. Here we go again. Sorry, Sean.
Sean Maddox, 47.
But I just feel like if he's floating a ball, I think if he's stunning that red in, maybe up for blue or pink or even off the side cushion, rather than floating it in, whether that's the conditions, because you know, I'm unsure of his practice facility, whether he's got access to fast cloths or I think anything near these tables that your ball striking, you tend to under hit and hope they don't roll off. When he's striking the ball positively, his results are increased. There's another one there, fine example.
1.
Could be worth 1 though if it doesn't pull up.
Yellow ball. Sean Maddox, 1.
Well, George Pragnell has gone 2-0 up against Ashley Carty next door. And that, of course, is the frame he needed to get the draw in that match and finish third. Meanwhile, Maddox does get another chance here. 48 in front.
One.
I think he was trying to be sneaky there, Dave, and land on the pink. He always had the green as a backup. But with the red on the right-hand side, he's going to have to play a bit of a power shot round the angles. Just chose the brown instead. Putting that safe, and in his credit, the entire day, the games haven't gone his way. He's made a couple of breaks and broke down a few more times, but he has showed patience throughout the day, and like I said before, his results have improved on the amateur circuit. I've seen that firsthand. Thin to win. I wonder if he'll have a crack at this open red on the right-hand side here. If the black doesn't go. You're playing for blue or pink. And he did.
One.
I think, I don't want to be too critical of Sean, but I think that was the wrong decision there, trying to play for a small gap. He's 50 points of the good. I think if he just left himself a mid-distance blue or pink and stunned back down for one of the other loose reds. There goes another one safe.
Shot Maddox 1.
I say, had a decent insurance policy, was scuppered, but it's gone on the other side cushion. Thin one with the red. 51 up if it goes in. 59 remaining. You think he was favoured for this frame, Dave?
Should be, shouldn't he? I mean, yeah, it's shutters are very much down here.
It's never that straightforward, though, is it? The half chance here for Sean. Yeah, nice pot that.
One.
So he's going to be coming up towards the pink.
It's a nice pot, but the safety from Chen was so sloppy, wasn't it? They got the double kiss. So this to lead by 57, which means he needs one more red for one each. He's just sort of effectively sort of rocked this frame to sleep, hasn't he? You know, he's been putting balls safe and just picking off what's there and should get the result he's looking for. Remember, he needs a draw in this match, so if he wins this frame, he'll need one of the last two to finish in third position.
Eight.
Yeah, that was a nice pot. Bridging over both brown and blue. Kind of just to seal the deal. You wanted that pink in.
15. One. 22.
I bet he'd wish he didn't put all them colours safe now, Dave, and get his arm swinging in this match again.
Well, the main thing is he's got the frame under his belt. So Sean Maddox levels up at one apiece, and he needs one of the remaining two frames to ensure he finishes in third position and therefore in the prize money. But George Pragnell's already done that because he needed two frames against Ashley Carty, and he's won the first two, and now he's in to win 3-0. So it'd be interesting to see how that shakes up the group, because of course that would put him on 4 points. Matthew Stevens is on 4, but he's playing Kawai Chung, so if Chung were to beat him, then there may be a path for Pragnell, although of course Matthew Stevens has had a century. They drew 2-2, so that wouldn't decide it, and this frame's not over yet anyway. So more than likely third, but as I say, that's still in the money. Ashley Carty on tour, so a disappointment for him to finish fourth. So far, today's only won one frame, albeit with 127 break.
Yeah, and what a break it was. I say he looked like he was down the club. I seen him in the practice room and he was knocking them long ones in, and it was kind of business as usual, and then it's not continued in that fashion, unfortunately, for Ash.
No, I mean, these are very, very short matches, and you know, it can just be the odd shot here and there that can effectively decide how frames go.
8. $14.
Well,
14.
today not getting any better for him.
Yeah, it's hard to stay focused as well at this point. He'll know where he's sitting in the table. See 2-0 behind, and red blocking the black, red on the side rail. It's not very inviting or filled with enthusiasm.
1.
But I say George has played decent today. He's obviously, you know, he's looking dead and buried against Matthew early on in the day. He's done his bit.
$6.
Well, I think we're just about ready to restart on table one. One apiece in this one.
Yeah, and as you alluded to, Dave, Sean needs the draw to finish third. And you'd want to be winning this frame to guarantee the draw rather than chasing it in the next.
Yeah, it's a strange position, isn't it, to need a draw. It's not something that snooker players are used to. Sometimes it's, you feel it's just simpler to just tell yourself I've got to win. Got away with the odd shot, Chen today, in terms of leaving really easy pots on. Yeah, well, that wasn't easy, but he potted it, raising the cue.
Sean Maddox, 1.
Yeah, there's not much else he could do with the cue ball off the red, and had to leave himself close to the side rail. And that did need a little bit of positive strike, and he got it, but maybe just pushed it offline slightly. And Chen with a solid strike has got another chance to pot 1 or 2, but blue needs to go back on the spot to have any chance here. If you can get straightish on this red and split the bunch and try and develop the pink or black, but you trust into a little piece of luck.
Seven.
So you can hit him hard, Dave.
Yeah, too hard actually to not have the angle on the blue he's looking for.
Yeah, he's on the blue to the corner, but there's only a loose red behind the black line that, I'll be honest, the way these pockets are playing, it's not really inviting. He's tried to hold for the outside red, and
Chen, 7.
maybe too much focus on positional play than the pot. Just created a nice little area there behind the yellow. He's just checking where the red's going after he makes contact. If he can get a good cue ball, blue's over the corner. He starts to sense that his opponent is just kind of doesn't want to be there. So we can just get a nice cue ball here, get cover. Not a bad shot. Not got the snooker, but there's a lot of traffic that side, and I think he's just going to have to play a bit of a containing or negative kind of shot. Well, you could play that. What a pot that is.
Brown ball.
Might as well play the pot, Dave. It's amazing how many times you're
One.
left stuck in the mud there. And just look at this pot on this red. Considering the pockets are playing pretty nippy down the cushions, he probably played it with no expectations to get it whatsoever and got one of the pots of the match, as we see Sean
Switching.
miss the red altogether.
Well, he's going on the attack. Not only the red, but saw the chance to try and get the black into the open. Just while he sorts this out, Ashley Carty won frame 3 on the pink against George Pragnell, so 2-1. Chance to get a draw there. But of course, he will finish in 4th position, whatever. How many extensions we got on here, by the way? Could be a bit wobbly, this.
Yeah, he's definitely getting his money's worth here, Dave. You take that one, I'll take this one, and give the other one to Sean.
Six. Seven.
This is a great red to get out the way now, free up the pink.
13.
And there's 2 lines of 2. I think they all pass into that right corner pocket. So red there need to be removed, but like I say, if he can negotiate this break, Sean will feel a little bit under the cosh in the last frame to nick the draw. Like I say, you don't want to be chasing, really, ideally.
20.
Loose one.
26.
Be disappointed with that. Another blind pocket pot. Another one that stayed out.
Well, I really thought that was in.
Switch in. 26.
I think it would have gone on 90% of tables, actually. It's going to go now.
1.
Well, not the first shake of the head we've seen today. Yeah, frustrating not to land on anything.
Green ball. Sean Maddox, 1.
I suggested that rolled off a little bit with a cue flick, but I mean, if you're playing it that slow over distance against the Napier, you've got to expect a little bit of movement. Only one thing with that poor positional shot off the red over the pocket day was that he's managed to free the green off the cushion if there was ever a counter attack later on in this frame, being 36 behind. As he frees the green, potentially knocks the blue close to the side rail.
Can't have got away with this, surely.
We'll find out in 3, 2, 1.
Well, looks like he's going to play a plant. So, Sean Maddox, certainly with a chance to get back into the frame, get the black on its spot, try and pick these reds off. Well, clearly felt that was a bad contact.
Yeah, and if you can clear this next 2 open reds, it's probably best to get the white ball clean now before he puts any extra pressure on the one down the black cushion. Underhit that by a long way. I think he's playing for the
24.
The red under the pink. He can get through the gap for the one near the middle. Be dragging this in.
Sean Maddox, 24.
Again, it'll be very disappointed there not to at least give himself a chance at that red down the black cushion. You want to kind of open... Sorry, you want to clear the open reds. Which has been a pattern of the match, I think. Bits and bobs. There's another one. They're getting tired out there, Dave.
Yeah, it's been an issue for both today, which is why, of course, they're finding themselves contesting the 3rd and 4th place playoff, in effect. just not quite been able to be clinical when the chances come, and needing quite a few. That was just caught far too thick, and that's why he's left this red on. Got to deal with the last two reds as well. 12 points in it, so if he can take high value colours, it means that eventually you wouldn't need that blue, which is slightly awkward. George Pragnell, meanwhile, has won 3-1 over Ashley Carty. That's a terrific pot from Sean Maddox. That'll make him feel better. Still got to deal with this red. We know this pocket is not friendly.
8. 9.
Yeah, a nice pot. The thing is, he's got another one ahead of him. If he plays it at all, he had the wrong angle on the black anyway. So
16.
4 points ahead after being 30 plus behind. Get a good safety on here now. Nicely done.
16.
I think the good old hit and hope is going to come into play here. And the hope must have been coming from Sean Maddox's seat. Oh, you don't want to put the brown safe. Yeah, I'd be disappointed with that. For all the head shakes Sean Maddox had, he's shown a lot of patience. I've got to give it to him. It's a good solid pot. He's left himself an angle here on the green, whether he's just doing some maths. 9 points ahead. Takes him 12, brown 16, needs the blue. Could do with a flick.
Maddox 8.
Just opted for a good white. Blue's in a safe place, I would like to say. If you clear off from here, you can have it. fighting.
Well, big moments because, of course, they're battling to get in the money in this group. Sean Maddox needs this frame or the next one. Zhu Yishen needs both frames. And then we'll have our group decider, Serge Aouet and Marco Fu. Fu needs a draw there. Serge Aouet needs to win, but the way he played in his second match, he'll be confident. He's made a maximum if you're just joining us. Second of his career.
Yeah, it was a fantastic break, that. And with the form that Marco Fu shown, especially in his first match today, promises to be an intriguing decider.
Four.
Yeah, middled that one. 16 to the good.
Sean Maddox. 4.
Could have done with a bit more pace into that cue ball, but Yichen's got a cross double safety. Cross double kiss. Now, blue for £1,000. You taking it on, Dave? You fancy it?
I'll be taking it on. I don't know whether I fancy it, but it's just one good piece of cueing, isn't it? Like you say, this is to get the second frame he needs. Just give everything to the pot. Oh, it had a go at dropping. But it's been a day where it's not been that straightforward.
Not another one. Now, you'd fancy this one, Dave, would you?
Well, they're getting progressively easier, I suppose. Let's see how he gets on. Once again, just deliver the cue properly and he will finish in third position. Be relieved it was a messy old frame, but, well, barring 2 snookers, which seems very unlikely, Sean Maddox has got the 2 frames he needed out of this match, and of course now he can relax a bit and try and win the match.
Sean Maddox 5 and the frame.
So Maddox, as I say, relieved to get the second chance at the blue, and he has, well, it's mission accomplished for him. He's won the 2 frames he needed, so obviously we're going to play the 4th one, but he will finish in third position, and for Zhu Yishen, it is 4th place. Now they're underway in the group decider on the other table. Kawai Chung here from Hong Kong is in the driving seat because he's on 6 points. Matthew Stevens 4. So Chung needs a draw. He needs 2 frames out of this one. Matthew Stevens, it was, I'd say, big moment in that first match with George Pragnell. He looked like he was going to win 3-0, lost frame 3 on the black, and then only drew, which is why he's in this position. He has to win. Or could it be a Hong Kong double? Because, of course, Marco Fu will be on table 1 in due course to see if he can win the group against Serge Aouet. And Fu, again, he's in the position where he needs a draw. He needs 2 frames.
4.
These two did actually play each other in the British Open last year. It was Chung who won 4-3, but what that's worth.
Eight.
So back to table one, and well, playing for pride, I guess now. Yeah, well, he's just going to try and pot everything. Fair play, really.
3.
Great yellow. What about the red? I think it's fair to say that he knows that the permutations are now against him. He cannot finish anywhere other than last. This can happen in a league format. Right towards the start, the last frame between Ryan Day and Chan Bing-yu was completely dead. Chang had won the group. Ryan Day, his position couldn't be altered, and he broke off just smashing them. And Chang was on for a maximum for quite a time, and it was one of those where it would have took a bit of explaining exactly how it came about. But anyway, he didn't make it, which may be for the best. So perhaps not a frame full of safety. Been great to Alan to have you with us. Your year ahead will be a lot of Q Tour, I guess, which is quite a few events coming up.
Yeah, no, it's been great to be back in the box with you and Phil today, mate. I really appreciate the opportunity, and yeah, as I say, with my season, I've got a lot to play in. Obviously, I had a finish to the last year. I finished 68th on the official rankings, so I dropped off the tour and went to Q school. I had a bad back for a month. I'd only had a couple of hours practice before event 1, but no excuses. The people who beat me played well, and I managed to stomach a little bit of form in event 2 and lost out to a very strong Mitchell Mann in the last round. So good luck to him. But like you say, there's a lot of tournaments to play in, a lot that I was kind of unaware after being out the mix for a couple of years. I've even found out that my ripe old age of 41 and a bit that I'm in the seniors. So, watch out, granddads, I'm coming for you. But yeah, it's just, the calendar can be filled up with
8.
a number of events now. My job hasn't changed. I've still got to pop balls for cash like every other player. So, I'm grateful for every opportunity I get, and then it's just down to me to kind of, do the right things and pot all the balls and give myself a good chance of getting back onto the Pro Tour next year.
Yeah, well, we've seen the likes of Michael Holt, Jamie Clark, of course, Zhao Xingtong get back on tour through the Q Tour.
Yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity now, for amateur players, and the prize money's increased dramatically over the last couple of years. So, there's a lot to play for, and you can fund yourself if you win one of them events. I think the players you were naming there have won multiple, so you mustn't grumble. You put yourself in this position, you've got to get yourself out of it. So I'm kind of looking forward to the challenge. Even losing out to Mitchell, I was kind of proud of myself how I was able to play the game after being kind of out of action for a little while with a bad back. But with the opportunities now, it's in my hands, so to speak, as this frame is now in Sean's hands.
Yeah, I mean, that last shot he played, he was always going to be opening reds, but it was all or nothing, really. So can Sean Maddox end the day on a high? He's already managed to ensure that he's got prize money. Can he just make a nice break here to win this match? And he will be with Alan and all the other players on that Q Tour as the year goes on.
7.
Yeah, you can't blame Sir Yu Chen for having lost a bit of heart. He's kind of played this frame like he's already ordered his Uber to the hotel. But it's dead, so, you know, you can't criticise that. And from Sean Maddox's perspective, OK, he's not won the group, he wasn't expected to, but he got the draw with the top seed, Sergio Way. He's been competitive in all the matches he's played. So it's just, as I say, just trying to be a little more clinical at times when the chances come. Just try and turn those sort of 30s and 40s into, you know, 60s and 70s frame-winning breaks. Easy to say that, but that's kind of what he's got to build on, I suppose. But it's not been a terrible day for him at all.
Yeah, I was speaking to him last night, actually, after I finished my group, and he was in the practice room, and he was saying he hasn't actually played as much as he would like, just purely because he's got a job now. You know, he's working, he's trying to mix the two, he's trying to fund his snooker career. So it's almost like he's using these matches as practice. And if that's the case, he's done exceptionally well today, making that, say, nice 96 break and, say, stealing the draw off the top seed. I say if someone offered him third place before he on the drive down, he possibly would have taken it. Sorry, but like you say, Dave, if he can make a sizable contribution here, end the day on a high, he might enjoy the drive home a little bit better, knowing that he secured third place and a few pound notes to boot.
Yeah, and it's always just great to get the chance to play in an event like this. He's been up in the players' room with the likes of Marco Fu, Matthew Stevens, great names in the sport. Sergio Way, current top player, he's had the chance to play him and Fu.
$38.
Oh no.
41.
Well, you might as well play the double. If you can sneak past the brown, the long one. Oh, he's playing the John Parrott swerve.
Sean Maddox, 41.
So 41, the lead 52, still 75 on. If there's a pot on, he'll take it on here, Yu Chen. He might take it on if it's not on.
Took the words out my mouth, I think, though. Yeah, like you say, he's just playing for pride, and kind of he's mixed emotions here. He doesn't want the day to be over because he doesn't want to lose, but he wouldn't mind if there's a few more frames just to get the frustration out of his system and crunch a bit of leather in the meantime.
Six.
But it's just not to be for Yu Chen today. Shots like that have kind of summed up his campaign in the Championship League. Sean still granite, putting red safe. That's what we like to see, Dave, isn't it?
Well, Mark Joyce was doing this last night when he'd won the group. Just, I think, some players, and it's understandable because they're so used to having to win or lose, they're just in that mode all the time, regardless of all the permutations we talk about. Well, do well to pot one here. Just a reminder, if you're just joining us for the first time, after this match, it is the big one. It's going to decide the group. Serge Aouet and Marco Fu. Fu needing at least a draw there. And Serge Aouet needing a win. So 46 in front. A couple more reds should do it for Sean Maddox.
1.
Had to play that red cushion first, but he's left himself the old
Elbow.
Alex Higgins blue. But not played in the same vein as the great man himself.
Maddox. 1.
The beat goes on.
One.
Karl-Wei Chung has won the first against Matthew Stevens. Remember, he only needs 2 frames there, Chung. So he's got the first of them. Matthew Stevens has to win the last 3 to win that group.
Yeah, and obviously we all know
16.
what Matthew's capable of. But I think I've been glancing over the table too. We've obviously dipped in and out. Kai-Wei Chung, as we see Yu Chen miss that red. Kai-Wei Chung has played very, very solid throughout the day. He's been potting some great balls, making some breaks, and obviously he's sitting at the top of the table for a reason. So he's got his work cut out there, Matthew. But 31 ahead. And Sean looks like he's gearing up to drop this in the middle. I do apologise, he's dropping it in the top corner, but that's just a get me out of here shot, I think. Quite rightly so. How's that not dropped?
Yeah, the pockets are brutal, aren't they? There's no getting away from it. Which is more credit for Sergio Way making the maximum, really.
Yeah, they looked massive when he was around the black spot. He was hitting the ball like a dream. Another half chance here for Sean. He just wants to get red colour. Jump in the car. He's choosing safety, I think. Look at this. Still wants it, Dave. It's amazing because both players, Sean wants to win and Yuchen doesn't want to lose. But look at this. Both going for the old snooker loopy shots, but yeah, it's got to be a pot attempt here, Dave, hasn't there?
Well, nothing that can happen here, either way, is going to affect anything, basically. So, they may as well. Here we go. Nicely done.
1. Seven.
There she is.
So Yuchen, 7.
So another chance at a pot into the centre pocket. It's hard to know whether Sean knows his position in the group, whether he thinks he needs the win or... And I think if you're unsure, the win guarantees it, so...
It's not impossible. He may think he could still get second, but I mean, I've been looking at that. Even if Sergio Way lost 3-0 to Fu, it would actually go on the high break between him and Sean, and we know who's made the maximum, don't we? So, but I mean, it's easy for me to sit here looking at that. Obviously, they're out there, and they've got enough to think about. So it may be that he's considering he could finish second rather than third, but it's not the case.
We have to watch out for the push shot there, and in doing so, he's left the red hanging. 24 up. Red for 25. Get on any colour but the yellow. And get the red.
No.
Well, I think Sir Yu Chen is well aware of how the table stands. Not favourably, clearly, for him. He's going to finish last, whatever.
It's actually a very good shot. He's created an error there by Yu Chen. Now Sean, 23 up, chop the yellow in, shake the hand, take your money and run. It's not to be just yet.
Well, now he can only
Sean Maddox 4.
tie Yu Chen.
I think I would have been taking that yellow one down the cushion there, Dave, but he's definitely getting his money's worth. But like you say, you don't know what his knowledge of the group standings, so give himself every chance. As you say, he's probably programmed into you. As soon as you pick a cue up, you want to win.
Well, it looks like he has one now. So Sean Maddox, I can't see much playing on for snookers coming. Even if he misses this green, he's going to end the day on 4 points. Got a draw with the top seed, Sir Jarway. Missed that. So, well, is he going to play on or not? He is. Why, I don't know, but he is. Just enjoying himself here at the Mattioli, as we all are.
3.
Yeah, there's a set of qualifiers coming up. He's getting his practice in. As I say, Dave, in the closing stages of this match, I'll say it again, I've enjoyed my time here at the Championship League. Appreciate the opportunity to sit next to your good self and Phil Yates.
Well, there could be another hour in this shit, Alan. You say you good goodbyes.
Yeah, I'm just getting it out there now in case I forget and fall asleep.
I mean, Yu Chen has played such an open frame, but now he's playing for snookers.
I'll stay a bit longer then. Wonder if the ref is aware of the group standings.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I suppose he doesn't need to be, really.
Don't tell him, whatever you do.
Four.
This blue is going to be close.
Switch and 4.
Yeah, and there's the concession. So it took a while to be resolved, that frame, but it is Shaun Maddox who wins it. He wins the match 3-1, and he is on 4 points. He will finish in 3rd place. But coming up next is the big match. It's the decider in this group. It's Serge Aouet against Marco Fu.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
It is the culmination of the day, and we've got what we wish for. What many people thought would happen, actually. It is a shootout between Sergio Wei and Marco Fu. But there's no doubt the older man holds the advantage, because by winning his first 2 matches, he's on 6 points. Sergio Wei, maximum man, he's on 4. So Sergio Wei has to win this match. A win or a draw for Fu will see him through to the last 32. Sean Maddox is safe in third. Zhu Yichen bringing up the rear with only 1 frame won all day. And I think it's really hard to predict what's going to happen here, because Marco Fu's played very well in his first match, not so well in his second, but he got the result anyway. Sergio Wei struggled in his first match, was simply brilliant in making the maximum in his second. And if he can maintain that form, Fu could have problems handling him. In fact, Dave, I don't think I've seen a greater transformation between 2 matches in the Championship League ever. Sir went from a D mark to an A+.
He was superb, and that is the danger for Fu. Even though Fu only needs 2 frames, he did decline actually from one match to the other, albeit I don't think playing back-to-back actually favoured him with his issue with his eyesight. He has had a break since then. But Sergio Wei was like a man transformed, made the maximum and just looked absolutely superb. He needs a good season. That's why he's here. He's trying to kick-start it with what he hopes is a successful Championship League, certainly to get through today to the next stage, because he needs ranking points to hold on to his top 16 position. He's 16 now. He's got big points coming off as the season goes on. And of course, I mean, it's only 3 years since he was in that World semi-final, but since then he's seen 2 of his compatriots win the championship. Xiao Xingtong and Wu Yize have sort of overtaken him as the sort of young talents from China who are at the top of the game. Still time. He's 24 on Saturday, so he's still a young man.
14.
Yeah, the sands of time aren't running out on him anytime soon.
15.
By the way, the 147 was the 25th in all versions of the Championship League. All 147s are amazing in their own right. Some of the shots that Sergio Wei pulled off to achieve that, yeah, they were exceptional. But now it's a very different task. It's about winning.
He was the only top 16 seed to lose in round 1 at the Crucible this year. He lost to Hussein Vafai pretty heavily. And just really brought to a conclusion what was a disappointing season. Just a couple of quarter-finals. He's also the only top 16 player yet to win a ranking event. He's been in 2 finals.
Yeah, the Vafai defeats. He was 3-1 up, made a century early on, looked okay, and then everything just went to dust. And of course that result spoilt what could have been an unprecedented run, because at the Crucible it's never been the case that all top 16 seeds survive the first round.
Is he just on this red? He thinks so. Yeah.
26.
He's a wonderful potter. His tactical game is not as advanced as it could be, certainly as some other players, but potting is superb.
Three.
Well, this could be the key that unlocks the door to the frame. But nowhere near. And also nowhere near position.
33.
No, it was a bit wild actually, wasn't it, that shot? But not left anything easy. Never actually played each other, which may be slightly surprising, but because Marco Fu hasn't been sort of featuring in the latter stages of tournaments for a while. Oh, Marco. Well, may be happy the white went in there in the end, because at least it gets a bit of distance, although Serge Aouet, he's one of the very best at knocking balls like these in from distance. We've already seen that today. He's kind of favourite to get this. Yeah, well, obviously put the mockers on him.
Well, I agree with you, Dave. I thought he was favourite to get that. By the way, Karwei Chung is basically home and dry, just a couple of pots away from beating Matthew Stevens 3-0 and winning the group over on table 2 with a maximum 9 points.
Yes, 2 generations of players from Hong Kong. Potentially both group winners tonight. Fu in now with a chance here, and it's a good one where the Reds are, as the shaking of hands takes place. Karwei Chung will be coming back for the next stage. He's only lost 1 frame all day.
And only the 5th player in this tournament to win a group with a full complement of 9 points.
No.
Kawei Chung thrust into Group G in the second phase, together with Zhang Anda, Jimmy Robertson, and one more player yet to be determined.
17. Two. 23. 30. 31.
'Didn't quite hold the cue ball where he wanted to. And the knock-on effect, he's not quite on the blue as he wanted to be. So having to accept this red from mid-distance.
42. 43.
Yeah, it's just unravelling a bit, isn't it, now? This break, he's finished very low on this black.
Yeah, even though he potted that last red, he caught it just a hair thick. Yeah, when you start to run out of position,
43.
bad things can happen. Just 6 points separates them.
Yes, and this red potable to left corner.
One. 8.
Well, he's looking at trying to just, I think, bring this other red out in potting this one. Yeah, that's the plan. He's played it pretty well.
9.
Doesn't he hit the balls hard? They make that very distinctive sound when they thwack into the back of the pocket. Had to hit that one hard to create the angle to be on the red, mind you.
16.
And now the red is in. It should be plain sailing. Should be 1-0 to Serge Aouet.
21.
The break goes to 23, the lead to 17. So green and brown needed.
Six.
Well, he's striking the ball with great authority.
35.
So Marco Fu was in. He just lost position, and in the end, that black was not a friendly pot.
41.
So Sergio Wei, needing a win in this match, has made the most agreeable start, putting Marco Fu under pressure by winning the first frame. Now, if you're just joining us, how did they get here? This is the group decider in Group 6. Well, Sergio Wei drew 2-2 with Sean Maddox in the first match of the day. He won the first frame on the black, the second on the blue, very scrappy. And then Maddox came to life with breaks of 96 and 63. Then Marco Fu, he recorded a 3-0 win over Zhu Yichen, made a 106 break and a 67 in that one. Then he followed up with a 3-1 win over Maddox. That was completed with a respotted black in the final frame. We had our break between sessions, and then immediately on the restart, we had the ultimate fireworks. Sergio Wei making a 1-4-7 break in the first frame against Zhu Yichen, went on to win 3-0. The 1-4-7 was simply magic. A string of excellent shots in it. The last red was good from mid-range under pressure. He also had to put one red late on in the break and hold the cue ball for the black, having potted the pink, or having potted the last red at a very acute angle with lots of bottom and check side. That was superb from him. The whole break was superb, actually. And so that's why we've arrived here. Fu on 6 points, Sergio Wei on 4. Sergio Wei needs the win. For Fu, a draw will do. Don't know whether you saw the 1-4-7, Dave, but it really was out of this world in many respects, because the first red he potted to get in was amazing. Bear in mind, it was the first ball he potted the whole session after a lengthy break. Got down, whacked it in, and the rest is history. A small piece of history.
I certainly did watch it, and there's certain players who, I mean, it was a great break, but also just the way they play, they make it look good. The first maximum he made against Judd Trump in the Wuhan Open semi-finals 2024, that whole performance that night, this is not an exaggeration, it was one of the best single performances that season. It was an outstanding display. Obviously, that was in front of a big crowd, albeit quite partisan out in China. This is a bit more prosaic here, but when he plays really well, he looks a world beater. He's got to try and find some consistency, and also I don't particularly fancy him in scrappy frames when balls go awkward. His tactical game is not up there with the other top players, but in terms of knocking balls in and making breaks, he's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, because the match you mentioned against Judd Trump, apart from the 1-4-7, he made a 1-4-4 and another century. On form, he's very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, I mean, he was a big favourite actually for the final just based on that performance, but then he didn't reproduce it because it's hard to play like that again 2 days running, and Jia Gudong beat him.
But I think given his ranking position, he might well swap the 1-4-7 for a guaranteed group win.
Yeah, there's different times of the season being in the top 16 is an advantage. It's not a terrible disadvantage necessarily always to be out, but having said that, you're more likely to have to go to qualifiers. and you can end up kind of scrambling to get back in again. You want to be there really for the UK Championship, the Masters, obviously, because that is the top 16, and the Crucible.
Basically, what we're saying about Sergio Way is that his best game is right up there with the very best. But certainly over the course of the last couple of seasons, it's not been unveiled all that often.
Miss. Marker for 4.
Well, we'll be going again. You would think. Of course, Shanghai Masters is will be his next engagement, and that's a big invitation event, huge tournament. And he plays Pang Zhengzhou, but if he beats him, he plays Wu Yize, the world champion, who, as I mentioned, is a young Chinese player who's kind of gone past him for now on the pecking order, having won the world title.
Well, they were very similar, I always thought, Wu and Sir. Great potters, good break builders, lacking in the safety department, but Wu's safety, as we saw at the World Championship, has really improved leaps and bounds, whereas Sergio Way's hasn't.
Yeah, and also, I think people were too quick to say about the collapse against Luca Brissell, oh, he'll get over it, he's young. You know, it must have affected him, that. He was 3 frames from the world final at 14-5, and he lost 17-15. No matter what age you are, that's got to be a massive blow. Could have been the youngest ever world champion.
And it wasn't as though he didn't have chances in the final few frames there. He did. But when he's in full flow, he's a joy to watch.
Yeah, and he is competing here in the safety with Marco Fu at the start of this second frame. So basically there's a potential 3 frames left. As it stands, they both need 2. Ooh, did he just catch that? Looks like he did. I thought it just very slightly moved.
Oh, and a miss.
What a shambles that was. He's hit the blue. Good grief. Wow, all the great stuff he's played in this session, and then that.
And he didn't just graze it either.
Touching ball.
What has Fu got left in the locker? It's touching ball on the red, the cue ball. That's been called by the ref. Considering the extent of the foul shot there, Dave, he could have left something more straightforward than this.
Well, I suppose at least he left something, because imagine the referee having to put it all back again. The tournament's long enough, so Dimitri there is, I'm sure, inwardly quite happy about that as well. But anyway, Fu taking his time on this.
Yeah, the opening pot was
1.
very simple, but the positional aspect of the shot most certainly wasn't. And this is normally where Fu excels. Really good cue ball control. Member of the 500 century breaks made in professional competition club. Well inside.
Yes, he's a different sort of player to Sergio Way. You know, it's a lot of touch. Doesn't sort of slam the balls in.
9.
He's got 5 maximum breaks to his name, Marco Fu, including, of course, 1 in Hong Kong itself, in the Hong Kong Masters, which was a great occasion. Made that against John Higgins in the semi-finals.
Yeah, they reckon there were 9,000 people there.
16.
Well, I've been in arenas when there's been 3,000 in. So to have 3 times that amount, I can't quite comprehend that.
17.
No one in here. It's a behind closed doors event. But that won't stop Fu attempting to build another big break.
Yeah, this group really starting to look like it's going to come down to the wire. Maybe the very last frame. If Sergio Way were to get a 2-1 lead, it would do.
25.
Sometimes invitational wildcards to play on the tour are a little controversial, but I think the way Fu plays, the way he continues to play, I think it's warranted that he gets one. He can still be very competitive. Got to a last 16 of a ranking event last season.
Thirds 2.
Well, here he is in the Championship League. His first big title was the Premier League, 2003, beat Mark Williams in the final, I recall.
33.
No ranking points for that, mind you, just a boatload of cash.
To 1. $48.
A little close to his work there. And because of that, apart from the pot being made a lot more difficult, his positional options have been somewhat restricted. So taking an alternative red. Well, overcutting the black in the first frame cost him. Well, overcutting the red there be equally penal.
Well, it's a useful lead, but there's loads of reds on. Break ended at 48.
1.
Well, looking to get the reds moving, but didn't pot the black, so Marco Fu will be very relieved that that visit came to almost nothing, And the red is on to left middle. Should be 1-1 here.
One.
And that gives Sergio Way no room for error, no room for manoeuvre. Remember, he has to win the match, so if it does go 1-1, he would then be required to win the last couple of frames.
Eight. Nine.
Of course, he's looking to emulate Karen Wilson, who has won both versions of the Championship League, the Invitation and the Ranking. Marco won the Invitation version back in 2010.
15.
Well, he's basically over the line already, but this pink to make sure. So, okay, it wasn't one visit, but he has got the match level, and now it really is in the balance, this group. Fu needing one frame of the two remaining, and Sergio Way needing them both.
23.
When it comes to break building, his
28.
knowledge of the patterns, knowledge of what shot to take in which order,
9.
is right up there. He never played this quickly before the eyesight problems. He was never a slow player,
34.
but now he's a speed merchant. And he's making the game look very easy. Of course, all the talk today, Dave, has been about Sergio Way's 147. Marco Fu had a historic 147, the first ever made on the net.
45.
Up at the Scottish Masters.
46.
It was the only frame he won in the match.
Yeah, I was talking to Alan Taylor about that, and of course it was very much pre-YouTube, pre-broadband, pre-Wi-Fi. So it wasn't the most comfortable watch.
53.
But you're quite right, that was broadcast on the internet.
55.
All felt so exotic back then.
Yeah, won a card, didn't he? And he couldn't drive at the time.
62.
Now he's driving the agenda here.
$67.
Well, we've got 2 frames left, but Marco Fu's hoping
73.
that the first of them is the only one that will ultimately matter. If he wins it, he's our group winner.
8 in the frame. Marco Fu.
You will not see a more effortless clearance than that. Marco Fu right back in this. And you'd have to say now, even though Sergio Way is the highest ranked player in the group and the top seed, you'd have to say now Fu is favourite to go through. And this is exactly how we like it. Yesterday, well, the group on table 1 was rather topsy-turvy, and it meant that the last match on, Stuart Bingham and Jordan Brown, was effectively a 3rd and 4th place playoff. So not of the importance of this. By the way, the group winner here, this is Group 6, will go into Group F. That means they'll be back on Monday to face Mark Joyce, Jack Jones and Chang Bing Yu. Our tournament director Marcel Laconte has got a tough job actually, because all of the second phase groups are of great interest and he has to put only 4 of them on table 1.
The third frame.
So Sergio Way has to win this frame to take the group down to the last frame, which he also has to win.
I'm not saying he's been a bad potter from distance. He hasn't. He's been more than adequate, but that's not the strength of his game, Fu, especially as he's got older and the eyes have deteriorated.
One.
The rankings are a movable feast.
5.
What someone does affects others, and those around Sergio Way in that battle for the top 16 will be hoping that he doesn't win this group.
Well, we've got the 17th ranked player coming in tomorrow, Jack Lazowski,
6.
who of course has got into the Shanghai Masters because for whatever reason Mark Allen didn't enter.
Fourteen.
Really good below centre striker on the cue ball, gets a lot of purchase on the white.
21. Two.
But he wasn't an overnight success. He turned pro at 17, lost his card but regained it by winning the WSF Championship.
Yes, he sort of was unwittingly embroiled in controversy, wasn't he? Because he beat Sean Murphy in the UK Championship, and Murphy wasn't best pleased that a player playing under amateur status was in the tournament.
30.
Yeah, Murphy didn't have a go at him personally. He just thought the system was incorrect.
The problem was, you know, he wasn't some plucky sort of plumber who turned up, you know, on a day off. I mean, he was already had been on tour and was really good. That was the other thing. Anyway, coming up now to trying to get these reds open. Well, this one goes just below the pink, obviously. but he's going to have to open these reds very soon. That's going to be the key to killing the frame off at this visit. Trying to nudge a couple more out, but the cue ball hasn't quite come through nicely for the black. He's looking at the pink now. We've potted some key balls already in this session, of course, during that maximum, but we're now really in a more important stage. It's about winning the group. If he's going to keep his top 16 position, it would be a big blow not to reach the next stage of this event.
You can almost hear the brain whirring. Do I try and attack, or should I apply good sense? Well, he attacked, and it's worked out. A treat.
Well, that was such a tough shot.
51.
It really was, and he played it brilliantly. Not out the woods yet completely, but still going. So it's starting to look like this group is going to be a one-frame shootout.
$52.
Or maybe not. Hang on.
He was trying to create just that extra little bit of angle to go into the pack to good effect. And of course, by doing that, he misjudged the pot. The pot went wide, and now Marco Fu has a great chance to win frame and group.
7.
Yeah, I mean, the points difference doesn't really come into it. It's where the balls are, and they're all where you want to be.
8.
Where you want them to be when you're a break builder of the class and ability of Fu. And you just know he's going to go about this in his calm manner.
$16.
Interesting there. Fu just took an extra few seconds, not to
23.
give extra thought to the pot, but to plot his moves. And by knocking in that one, every red is now wonderfully open.
$31. $32.
That's a tougher shot than it looked. He was playing that with lots of running side.
39.
But his mastery of the cue ball is well known, and it maintains.
67. 48.
The last few shots, he's dropped them on a sixpence.
Yeah, and sometimes we remember breaks for
53.
great shots that are pulled out, but they're pulled out because players lose position. Fu has just kept tight control of this cue ball, and in his
55.
usual understated way, he's just going about his business, and he's surely going to win the frame, and he's surely going to win the group. A player who, you know, is in danger of falling away completely from the tour when he had his eye issues when they first surfaced. That could have been it.
Yes, and because of his remote location, the COVID-19 pandemic was also a real issue for him. But building breaks in pressure situations has never been a problem for Fu. It is a problem for Sergio Wei. This is frame and group ball.
$67.
He's taken these with so much precision,
73.
as though he was practicing.
In the frame.
Leading 52-0, Sergio Wei missed a pink, and Marco Fu did the rest. An 80 clearance. What a great day's work from him. Now it's just a matter of whether he can win the last frame and make it a maximum 9 points out of 9. But that's academic. The job is done. He's won the group.
Yeah, what a great day for Hong Kong. Ka Wai Chung winning the group on table 2 as well. So they're both going to be coming back for the next stage of this event, which of course starts actually on Friday.
Yeah, great day for the second seeds in groups as well. So now they've won 8 groups. Top seeds have won 18. Fourth seeds 2. Third seeds 0. Yeah, I think it's just another vindication that Marco Fu fully deserves his place on tour via that invitational wildcard, because he can still play the game to a very high level. Yeah, so Fu now joins Mark Joyce, Jack Jones, Chang Bing-Yu in Group F in the second phase.
Frame 4, Marco Fu to break.
Well, we assume that the players are aware of the situation, but Sergio Wei, I'm sure, still doesn't want to end the day having lost a match. Would like to just end on a positive here. Problem he had today, I mean, he played outstandingly in his second match, but that first match he was so far under par. Okay, got the draw, but with Fu winning his 2 matches, it meant, of course, he had to win this one, so he had no real wriggle room.
Yeah, these groups often come down to one key frame. I think this one came down to one very key shot. In his second match, Fu was 2-1 up against Sean Maddox. The fourth frame went to a respotted black, and he knocked in a really good pot to the green bag to get over the line. Had he drawn that, it was a very different scenario coming into this. You know, I think what's amazing to me is that over the course of the fortnight we've been playing here, so often players have taken dead frames very seriously.
1.
Well, from where he was sitting down on the cue ball, he could not have done much better than that.
5.
Yeah, Serge Aouet guaranteed in second place, so there's nothing hanging on this frame for him either.
One. Five. Six.
Yeah, we don't know how Serge Aouet will go this season, but I hope he plays well because he's very entertaining to watch.
Thirteen.
Well, what happened there? Was that a miscue?
Serge Aouet, 13.
Just a mile away from the pot. It must have been some sort of miscue.
Yeah, well, he was looking at his tip before he played the shot.
One.
Can Marco Fu then get all 9 points out of the day, as indeed Ka Wai Chung did on table 2?
A lot of players take their watches off when they play. Not Marco. He's been known for wearing some very extravagant timepieces. One, an enormous thing. I think he designed himself, didn't he, Dave?
Yeah, it was a limited edition watch, as that red
Marco Fu, 6.
does not drop. Shame Dominic's not here. He could give you a chapter and verse on the history of, well, pretty much every watch.
One.
Sting's gone out of this a bit now because it is an academic frame, but Serge Aouet just looking to end the night on a high. I mean, he's had the maximum today. That was a great moment, but ultimately disappointing not to progress.
4.
Yeah, I think the fault hasn't been so much this match as the first, as Dave mentioned. So he was really toiling in the opening contest. But then in the second, bingo. The pearl, as they call him, came out of his shell.
11. $12.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt Sergio Way could win a tournament. He's good enough. Been in a couple of finals. And I'm sure he's got that hunger, having seen his friends, you know, winning big tournaments, the biggest tournaments.
Yeah, definitely in the conversation. Best player yet to win a ranking event.
19.
I think it's a genuine debate now. For many years it was Jack Lazowski. Now, though, it is a proper debate. But Sergio Way undoubtedly included in that conversation.
27. $34.
Well, he missed on 52 in frame 3 and it cost him. No miss on 52 this time. And in a few moments' time, the frame and the day should be wrapped up.
Yes, just 2 more days of stage 1. Can the likes of Jack Lazowski, Luca Brissell,
43.
Xiao Xingtong make it through to the next phase?
Well, it's been a
51.
special tournament for the Asian contingent in the event. 8 Chinese players through so far to the last 32, and now a couple of players from Hong Kong. Also one from Thailand and one from Iran.
59.
Well, it can end with another century.
$67. $74. $75.
This green clearly key if you're going to make the century. For what it's worth, is he going to try and bring it out? Yeah. Left the white though on the cushion, and this green, I think he's blocking the yellow anyway.
80. Shinjahui, 80 frame.
No century, but the consolation prize of a draw. Sergio Way remained unbeaten for the day, but the day itself belonged to Marco Fu. A very good performance, 7 points gained. Group 1 into the last 32 for the 48-year-old from Hong Kong. So Dave's going to go out and speak with Marco. Before he does, let me give you the groups. Kawei Chung, also from Hong Kong, couldn't have done better in Group 26 over on Table 2. 3 matches, 3 wins, 9 points, just 1 frame lost. I thought at times today Matthew Stevens played well. He claimed second place on frame difference from George Pragnall, the Q School top-up. Ashley Carty, no points, no prize money, and no ranking points. And this is confirmation of Group 6 on Table 1. Yu Zichen never got going. Sean Maddox had the consolation of third place and £1,000. Sergio Wei needed to win that last match to top the group. He could only draw, and that means Marco Fu is the group winner. And I'm sure he's delighted as he speaks with David Hendon.
Marco, your latest group winner, how did you feel about your performance today?
Yeah, I think I played quite solid today. It's like short format, so like right from the start I need to be 100% concentration, focus, shot selection, all the small things that has to be done perfectly, I think, like right from the start, right, which I was I think able to do it. I won 3-0 in my first match, and yeah, played quite well after that. Won a scrappy second match, but I think I played quite well tonight, so yeah. Very happy with the way I play overall.
Yeah, it's a cutthroat format, isn't it? You know, and every frame does count. So, and you've got Sergio Wei in the group as well, who's a top 16 player. So you must be proud to come through and still be in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a very tough group, you know, especially Si Jiahui. He's a very good player. I've never played him before, actually. This is the first time I've seen him play up close, right? So he's like a fantastic player. So yes, coming through this group is obviously very difficult. But sometimes, you know, playing in the group format, it can, you know, you sometimes you can overthink. You start to like look at other people's matches, start to calculate the points, frames, you know, the game is tough enough itself, and you're making things even more complicated. So I think today I just try to make things simple. I just want to pot the next ball, basically win the next frame, which I was able to do today.
We know in recent years you've had a few issues with your eyes. What's the latest on that? Have things got better? Is it the same?
I think it's pretty much the same, but I'm getting more used to it now, so I can't really use it as an excuse. I think from now on, I think I'm playing quite well overall in practice. In matches it's a little bit different. Had a tough spell in the qualifiers in June, but coming through this week hopefully can kickstart my season. But overall my physical condition is pretty happy with it, I think.
And finally, do you have any specific goals for the season ahead? Because you know you've been on tour a long time now, haven't you?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure. I just try to enjoy myself. Hopefully I can stay on tour as long as I can, but you never know with the standard strength and depth, you know, like from ranking number 1 all the way down to the bottom is like very difficult now. So I think, just try to enjoy it and see what happens. Yeah.
Marco, it's always great to see you, and we'll see you in the next stage. Well done. Cheers.
Marco Fu, he speaks well and he plays even better. Now tomorrow, this is what's coming your way. It is Group 31 on Table 2. Luca Brissell, Mitchell Mann, Deng Weihao and Aaron Hill, the leading player from the Republic of Ireland. As for the table we're concentrating on, well, that is Table 1, Group 7. It features Jack Bradford, Zhao Hanyang, Liam Highfield and the Northern Ireland Open champion, Jack Lazowski. We'll be back at 11 o'clock local time here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Hope to have your company then. Today, what a day, a maximum and magic from Marco. Good night.